Can you, Jamie? Can you talk? You said I could talk. Can you hear me? Jamie. Hello, Jamie. I'm talking. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. I'm talking. Can you hear me? Ja- Jamie asked me to talk, so I'm talking to see if you guys can hear me. Doing the test. Hello? Are you talking, Sky? Hello? James. Still talking. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna eat a donut. Then I'll finish in a minute.
All right. Thank you, James.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lord, I just pray that you help them through that, Father. Other problems, Lord, they may be facing, God, whether it's addiction, Father, or financial, or just emotional, mental, Father. I just pray for them as well. Lord, I just thank you for our employees, our government here today, Father. I just pray that you just bless them, Father, their homes as well. And God, just be with us, Father, in this time we have together. We just give this time over to you and pray that, Father, everything we discuss, everything we approve, everything we vote on today, God, is, Father, in the best interest for our people, but also, too, God, is according to your purpose and will. So we ask for your guidance, Father, by the power of your Holy Spirit. Father, just be with us today. Thank you, Lord, and just thank you, Father, again for the blessing of this day. Father, I love you. Thank you, Lord, for your Son, Jesus Christ, and we ask this in his name, and it's in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you for that. And we have some food here, lunch, thanks to Sky and the crew here. And so I'm thinking that we should just make our way over. Vice President, since you offered the invocation, if you could lead us through the line here, and Howard and Ann, if you guys could make your way as well, and we're going to eat here, and then we'll continue with our meeting while we're eating. We'll work through the meal if that's okay, folks. wonderful taco soup. It was just absolutely very, very good. Thank you, Sky. You're the best. Appreciate it. At this time, Mr. Secretary, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Walter Eglehawk.
Titaku.
Jordan Canuho. Here. George Gardapi here. Carol Chapman.
Here.
Cynthia Butler.
Here.
Donna here.
Titaku.
Gene Evans.
Here.
Sammy Kimball.
Here.
Thank you, Council. We do have a quorum, all hands on deck. And our next item up for approval of the agenda is the next item. And I understand we do have one change, Mr. Secretary, and I have a couple changes I'd like to offer, if I may. The first one would be if we could add to the agenda in new business approval of Charles Gover to the appointment of our Education Committee. And then secondly, Council, I would like to propose moving the open forum up as high into the agenda as possible on behalf of one of our tribal members who's here, my cousin Howard Echohawk, who he says he has to leave by 1:30. He came from west of Oklahoma City to be with us this morning, and he wanted an opportunity to address the council. He says it's going to be less than 5 minutes, so for his convenience, if we could move that up into the high into the order, maybe either before or after the approval of the minutes, something in that range, Mr. Secretary, to accommodate him. I'd appreciate that as well. And Council, are there any other additions or changes that you have? Moving the open forum up high into the batting order so that our tribal member could have an opportunity to address us.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll put that after the minutes.
After the minutes? Okay, open forum will be after the minutes, Howard. So be ready.
I have a request.
Yes.
We don't have on here our resolution, Jamie, that we worked on for the women's group. Can we add that on there? Huh?
Yeah, that's number 2.
2304. Or are you talking about separate?
Is that ours? Law and Order Courts? Okay.
From
All
the
right,
Scout
okay.
Task Force.
Yeah. Thought it was named something different. Huh? Yeah, we probably ought to rename it because it's kind of misleading. I don't know what to name it. Women, you got any ideas on what to name it, Donna? Cynthia? Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Folks, anything else? Any other changes or modifications of the agenda?
Yes, we did add D under new business, approval of amended resolution number 2259 ARPA allocation, Pawnee language program. And then after that, on number 5 under new business is going to be discussion and or action on additional Earth Lodge. And I think that might be it. Oh, sorry, yeah. We're adding third quarter under old business number 1, approval of Pawnee Nation third quarterly reports. We just wanted to make that distinction.
Okay, I think that about does it. Donna, do I see your hand up?
Yes, was that an addition or is it just clarifying the language on number 1? Or did it add number 2?
On the old business?
Just clarifying that.
Okay, that's
for
what I
the
thought.
Third quarterly, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, folks, on the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion and thank you for the second. Folks, any further discussion on our agenda today? It looks like a very nice, meaty discussion. I'm looking forward to it. Hearing none, call for the vote if you would, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Just for my own edification, Mr. Secretary, where did we put Charles Gover appointment? Is that, what location in the agenda?
We've added it to number 6, discussion interaction on education committee
Oh,
appointment.
okay. Number 6. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so we have our agenda, and the first item up on the agenda is approval of the minutes. And the first of those minutes, there's 4 of them, is approval of PBC and City of Pawnee joint meeting, March 24, 2022. And who is going to, I guess,
Well, they're in our packet, so if anybody has any questions, comments, edits, I'm just so open for that. And also, just so we know, yeah, a lot of these minutes we haven't brought forward, but they are done. We are just going to start bringing them 4 or 5 at a time until we're all caught up, until I'm all caught up. So thank you guys for your patience.
thank you for that. And Cynthia, I see your hand is at the button. I'll recognize you.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for March 24th, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there a second, folks?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Abstain.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of the PBC special meeting minutes, April 18, 2022. And again, that's in the packet as well, folks.
President Echohawk, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for April 18th, 2022.
Thank you for that, Cynthia. Is there a second, folks?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Secretary. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. Next up is approval of PBC special minutes for May 12, 2022. Again, that's in the packet as well.
President Echohawk, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for May 12th, 2022 with just tiny grammatical, not even that, just like periods. There are a couple of things that are missing on some of these, so I'll pass with those corrections being made.
Okay. Is there a second, folks? Thank you, Cynthia, for your motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And then finally, we have approval of PBC special meeting minutes for May 20, 2022. And that's in the packet as well, folks.
President Echohawk, I'll make a motion to approve, and there needs to be a correction on line 181. There's no second. So if we can just get that added, and then there's some periods that are missing, but I'll make a motion to approve with those changes.
Thank you for that. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve these minutes with the change that Cynthia recommended. Any, I'm sorry, I lost my thought. Is there a second? A motion and a second. Okay, thank you, sir. Man, I tell you, I'm having trouble with my long-term, mid-term, and short-term memory. As a kuda hoos. Any discussion on the motion, please, folks? Okay, hearing none, call for the vote, please, if you would, please, sir.
Jordan Canugo,
Yes.
George Garp, yes. Cal Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Oh,
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Okay, thank you so much, council. So that concludes the approval of the minutes, and with that, we'll turn to open forum, and I know that my cousin Howard wanted to address the council. Kutawikutsu Dawaka Ekohawk, that's his Indian name. Floor is yours, sir.
Test, test. Test, 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 test. Recording. Test, 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 test. Test.
I'm Howard Eckelhawk. I grew up in Pawnee, swam in the Black Bear, spent most of my summers at Camp Creek, been all over hunting all over the place. And I grew up traditionally. I was the oldest grandson of Bill Morgan. I was his eyes and ears on the road and his hippie helper. And so I grew up here strongly. Then I went to Alaska, and but I'm back now. Retired. I live in outside Oklahoma City. So my work history has been with oil and gas, and it's very demanding and very critical. And there's certain positions that you have in oil and gas that you have to be on top of it, or you're going to kill somebody or blow up something. And it's very, very demanding, and you have to be on top of it. And if a person that, in my world, that world isn't on top of it, they find somebody that can, because it's critical. You can hurt somebody, you can blow up something, you can cause millions of dollars in mistakes. So that's the world I grew up in. That's the world I had Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I was always taken care of. I worked 44 years in that industry. And I started going to Indian Health Clinic, getting this brief background. And when I paid off all my debts, my credit rating went to 850. It wasn't any higher than that. Then I started going to IHS, and they say, go here, have a test, go here, see this guy, whatever. And they had all my information, but they never followed up. So I had a $9 bill. I had a $90 bill that I didn't know about. Nobody paid. Guess what? I got sent to collections. My credit rating went down here, and I realized, oh, I'm in a different world. These people who are supposed to do their job don't. And I had to be aware of that, or else it's going to hurt me. So that's a brief history. I've been a business owner. I had a fuel delivery business in Alaska. Raised 7 kids, 5 daughters. That's why my hair is gray. And my company that I had at Trans-Alaska Pipeline Company, when social media came out, some of my coworkers who got political, and they got fired. I have one very good friend who was very, very competent, very, very sharp, very devoted, and he had to apologize before the whole crew. He got a suspension. He had 2 years, letters in his file, and very, very severe consequences for not doing the job, not doing it right. And that's the world I grew up in, 44 years. So, thought maybe Moni would be here. So, I have 3 minutes and 20 seconds here. I'm going to keep it under 5. I have been hearing that there's a line in my life that I have. Once that line is approached or crossed, then I'm going to speak up. And I've been hearing that the elders, which I am, 71 years old, that aren't being treated as well as I was taught as I grew up. I've seen it in action. I know what it's like to visit an elder. My father took me to visit Lily, the lady, I forget her name now, you remember it, that walked from Nebraska. He took me to meet her. And we didn't go without the proper protocol. Went to Ermey's, got some Wonder Bread and some bologna and a pack of cigarettes, and we got a gift to give to this lady just to honor her, an elder. That's the way we grew up. That's the way our tribe is. That's what makes us strong. That's what makes us who we are. So I've been hearing rumors that that isn't happening like it should. And I've been known to take action. I've yelled at vice presidents. I've yelled in taking meetings over really critical life threatening situations. I don't want to. I like watching TV and hanging out, but there's a line. And 5 minutes. So I just ask us to look at this. Elders are elders. So much history, so much honor and prestige needs to give them. And if people aren't doing their job, taking care of elders in whatever position that might be, well then, in my world, we had some supervisors who were horrible. They got sent what they call charm school. They went out to New York someplace and they had a week of training. Then would be a good person, not be so honoring me. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I am concerned about elders and them being treated correctly. Now one more thing, I'm going to end this. That in my world, oil and gas world, they have what they call HERB, harassment, intimidation, retaliation, and discrimination. Very, very strong federal laws for the employees. And instead of being, and I know this intimately, instead of being judged by my boss, my supervisor, my manager, or HR, or vice president, if anybody ever takes anything, I went to a supervisor school one time for the week, and this is what they said every day. The lawyers and the vice presidents said uneven playing field. It's meaning that if a worker takes anything to the court system, instead of being judged by the company, they're judged by housewives and farmers. Corporations always do. Always do. So I can put up with incompetence, and I know now I can't trust IHS for sending me someplace. I follow up on it, I call, I make a test for myself, but I got bit. And there's a line here that is far, far, far from where we grew up in this town. And at least that's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't live here all the time. So thank you for listening to me. God bless you. Happy New Year.
Thank you for that, cousin. I appreciate that. Folks, is there any, or Jennifer, any thoughts or comments on his remarks to the council, please?
Testing.
President,
Go ahead, Vice President.
sorry. Oh, I was just going to say, I just received a text that they're not able to hear the question or comment that was made during this as well. So whoever's going to respond, if you could restate what was mentioned so that they would know what was said. I will say too, Howard, thank you for bringing that to our attention as well. Every one of us up here also was raised that way as well, and to hear elders not being treated as they ought to be treated is definitely something that we do take that matter seriously as well. Our executive director, she has looked into that. She's notified us yesterday afternoon about the matters and everything else. So I know she has something to report on that. I would hope for Howard and everything else. But I do appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Howard, I also appreciate you I want to tell you, this is me. I appreciate you also for bringing this to our attention. I grew up with you. You come from the family of culture and tradition, and our elders are very important to us as a council, and whatever it is that we need to fix right now, just please be assured that this is a very dedicated council, and we will ensure that our most precious people and our elders are given the respect and the care that they need, no matter what that might be. Thank you.
President Cox?
Yes, ma'am. Sammy,
Thank you.
floor is yours.
Mr. Eckhart, thank you very much. Welcome home, by the way. I know what you mean about IHS and third billing. It's a headache. I've got a contact number I'll send to you for here at Pawnee, because I've kind of gone through that as well. But as far as the elders are concerned, yes, we are aware that there's been some issues, and those are being mitigated by our executive office now, and we are on it. We are hearing our elders. My mother's 88. I would hate for somebody to mistreat her, and I try to treat all those in kind like that, and try to be good to them. So we're on it, and this whole team is aware that we have some issues, and like I said, our executive director, Jennifer Gobley, is handling them now. I don't know if you want to report.
Sure. Anybody else have anything?
Floor is yours.
Okay. Noah, it's good to see you, Howard. I certainly appreciate your accomplished daughters, getting to know them and, having some working relationships with them. So, I appreciate you talking about growing up in Pawnee and, how things were and how we're supposed to be treated, and how we're supposed to treat other people. That's good. We need to really go back to that. I also want to tell you that I'm experiencing the same thing with contract health, or whatever it's called. And I think part of the reason is the hospital is they keep sending texts, and I try to forward them, on. I think it's the technology sometimes that's not. But mine, I've worked on my credit rating too, and I've got it really high, but probably not anymore, because when I had to go to the Cushing ER, I had to go. It was emergency. Kidney stone was lodged. And so they just sent me home with medication and told me to go to a larger hospital. So I waited for 6 days, and people criticized me for waiting because I was just laying around suffering. But I wanted to make sure that that bill got paid, because I knew it was going to cost a lot. And so it did, and it was really neat. And I want to commend, IHS on this, or Hillcrest, is that I was able to sign off that bill was completely paid, and so that felt really good. But they haven't paid the initial, and people told me, you should have just gone to ER. But I would be in the situation now if I had, looking at thousands of dollars, instead of, the amount, instead of $1,100, so, and I've been working with Contract Health, and they've been trying. I don't know what the problem is, but I hope that they can get it resolved soon.
Jennifer, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for coming today, and I wanted to share with you that along with our PBC, all of us here were brought up the same way. I grew up in Pawnee as well, and so I understand exactly what you're saying, and we all agree with that. So let me tell you some of the things that we've met on. When I say we, I mean myself and Title VI, and then their leadership, which is their division director. And yesterday, I also met with Miss Ann yesterday. She's been a really good help at helping us do some things. In fact, one of her ideas we have brought into our planning. So I'm just going to read off a list of some things that we're doing. We're going to extend some of the understanding, because I really feel like there's probably needs to be more of an understanding of multi-generational needs. And so in doing that, we're going to do something creative, and that's we're going to invite interns, senior interns, to come and work with Title VI and work behind in the kitchen, as well as work within activities, the menu planning. Just because they are the audience, they should be a part of that. And sometimes I think with COVID and other issues, you kind of forget how you need to be working for an audience that you're serving. And so we're going to start bringing those generations together and start having them work together. So I think that's going to be a big change. Also, once a month on the fourth Friday of every month at 9 a.m., they're going to have donuts and coffee with elders and the Title VI staff to talk exactly about issues. How can we work together? What are we missing? What are some things that we can do better for the menu? What are some activities that we can do? Maybe talk about understandings of why there was some misunderstandings in the past. If there's policies in place, then how can we change the policies if we need to? Or maybe just explain it. Maybe we just need to talk to one another. Because like you said, we're Pawnee, so we need to come back together and have these times. So bringing Pawnee into our arrangement at a cadenced meeting every month, that's important. Sit down with one another and visit. So we're bringing that into it. Also, we're extending our hours. So our kitchen does close at 12:30, but we're going to keep the doors open Monday through Thursday until 3 with coffee going so people can come in and visit, play games, do whatever they want to do. Friday, they're going to close at 2. Another thing we're going to do is have 3 activities a month outside of all of these activities. And our interns are going to help plan that so that we can not guess what needs to be done, but plan with them and see what needs to be done. Also, one of the things that we're doing is, so I hope you see the theme here. The theme is sitting down and talking with them, not seeing how management can change things, not seeing how we can do policy from an administrative way, but we're Pawnee. We need to sit down face to face and visit. And that is where we're starting, because that's how we're going to fix it. Do you have any questions?
That sounds really good. I really hope this works out.
Folks, are there any other comments here?
I have one.
Sammy, floor is yours.
And again, Jennifer, thank you for collaborating with everybody this last couple weeks to try to shore this up. One of the things that I would like to encourage us as council members is to try to make that fourth Friday morning meeting with donuts and such. I'm available, I know that. I've also offered my time, kind of like an ombudsman, if you will, to help anybody, any elders that have issues logging into like SSI or whatever, to take my laptop in and spend a few hours. And we haven't made a decision on what days those would be. I'm sure it would probably be on like a Thursday morning and come in. And I'm ashamed to say, but I've never even been into that elders building. And I need to do that. That's on me. I need to go in there. My dad was an active member. He's been gone 6 years, and since then, we haven't. But I will make my way in, and I think it would be great if you could watch a movie, maybe watch a movie or something. There's a lot of movies right now about Native Americans and culture and really some good stuff that's free for watching, and that might be something that we could do as well. But anyways, I'm available to help spend a few hours a month over there to help anybody that just has issues logging into something and, taking care of their business. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sammy. Folks, are there any other comments? Oh, Jean Kay, Noah, and welcome. Good to see you. Yes, but
I turned up my volume. Is that better? Okay. I didn't want you to hear me breathing earlier. Anywho's, I said that I apologize because I haven't spent any time at the elders building myself as a councilwoman. I will do that. I'm committed to doing that. And I thought it was a good idea on the fourth Friday, since you're having donuts with the elders and the staff members, that maybe council could also join and, and listen in and hear, and all of us work together, I guess, to improve everything. I've been a big advocate of improvement, especially over the food. I've witnessed pictures of food and such that I didn't think was anything I'd eat. And also that I would, Jean K., like to donate some of my time in helping anybody that needs help with logging in to their Social Security or whatever. Take my computer over there, my own personal computer, and let you log in and do whatever it is you need to do, and have at least have that tool available to you. I know there's plenty of people that don't. And this is kind of an add-on. I really want to see, we do have little bitty minivans, Jennifer, and I'd like to be able to see some activities built around taking them into Stillwater, to a movie, maybe going out shopping and spending a couple hours, downtown or whatever it is. I think those are important things. We see a lot of our neighboring tribes do that, and there's absolutely no reason why we can't be doing that too. So thank you for being here, by the way, all of you. I appreciate you.
Well, I like what Jennifer said, but I really don't think that when we go meet with her or anyone, that you all listen to us. I really don't, because it's the complaints that I've heard and I've seen over there at the where we eat and everything. It's not. I don't even like to go over there. We get our meals, we take out our meals, but it would be nice if we could just go over there and sit and visit, and I have a lot of friends that are there now. We all grew up together, now we're over there. And it would be nice to be able to go over there and have just a real good time. But you guys don't listen about what's going on over there. There's a lot of people that would like to go there, but you need to start talking to your staff. They know when you're coming over there. They're at their best behavior. You let them know. But you don't hear what we do. You don't hear the hollering. They holler at us, get mad. Just the other day, some of the staff were saying that we had a bunch of money in our account, and now it's all gone. And that's right from the people that work there. That gets all the other people all mad. Everybody goes against each other. I don't know what their job description is, but I don't think it's to be creating dissension among everybody there. I don't.
Yes, and I agree with that. I agree with that. And that's something that we are working on. I want you to know we are. It's important to us. Yes.
I've heard that before.
Well, and that's something I think that just needs to be shown, right? Because that's something you can't hear, you have to see it, right? And that's something that we're really working hard for.
I think you guys should just come over there every once in a while. Not let them know when you're coming.
Yes, and
They were just talking about the food, On your breakfast, I got a breakfast there was oatmeal that didn't have any water or milk or anything. It was all dry. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't like that kind of stuff. But there's just a lot of things that go on that, it's either pushed under the table or no one wants to listen because for
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Gene K. I appreciate those comments, Gene K, for that as well. I think some of the thing too is just to actually what's being said is, talk is cheap, but we want to see results is what I'm hearing. And so from that, a timeline I think would be good to show as well. I know there's some things that are discussed that can be implemented immediately and hopefully are being implemented as we speak. But also too is just kind of, Jennifer, what is your thought of as far as actually seeing an actual change of how things are going? Because I think that's one thing they want to see. We heard the food is not up to what any of us would want to be eating, and even just the way we're treated is not there as well, and those kinds of things as far as there being elders there at the Title VI building and everything else. So from your perspective, what do you see? And this might be putting you on the spot, but just kind of what do you see as far as a good report that we can come back with and say, hey, we're starting to see these changes. The elders are starting to see that. They're starting to see they're treated better. They're starting to see the food is better. They're starting to see that the staff is actually respectable and working with them. And because I mean, I'll admit it. It's been a discussion for at least a few meetings I know that we've had here. I know Ann's brought those up a few times already and everything else, and it doesn't seem like it's gotten any better. It doesn't seem like anything's changed from that. And so just so that we as a council can have that assurity that everything is being, implemented right, and we have an idea of, okay, when are we going to see an actual change out of this as well?
Right. I think it really depends on the engagement we have with elders coming to sitting down with staff. So I know Vice President had mentioned when we talked 30 days, that's dependent on if we get full engagement. So 30 days would be a good gauge to see, but it's important that you guys are here. It's important that I talk with staff. Because I want you to know, whenever I do talk to them, I go to them. I go to Title VI. So, but it's important. And so it really depends on engagement and, how much activity we have with one another. Because I know that whenever I have a problem with something, and if I don't think it's genuine, if I don't think that people are coming at it genuinely, it's not going to change. So it's going to take a little while, I think, for hard conversations to happen. Because I see this first meeting with staff and with elders, they'll probably be uncomfortable, right? Because people are going to be like, what's going to happen? What are we going to say? So I'm going to be there because I really hope that we're able to make changes. We need to have engagement and have a change. We have to have that. It's hard answer.
I have a comment. Thank you, Gene K, for coming, and thank you, Howard. And I will say for myself, I have heard those stories, and I have heard them, all of these things that are happening. And as we address it, I know that engagement is important. But also, I think it's very important that the burden be on us as the provider of services for our people. We shouldn't expect our elders to come and ask the staff to get along with them. If the burden is on us, I do not agree to put it on these elders who are aging, who have just the aging process. They're not negotiators with these people that are taking care of them. I really feel that we are providing services, and they are our clients, they are our people, and I am not okay with just engagement. Sure, maybe 1 or 2 sessions, but I don't think that our Indian elders should have to come and talk like this to employees who are hired to serve them. That's just the way I feel, because I was raised by a full-blood Pawnee. And boy, I tell you what, something she drilled in my head was respect. And I think that if we're going to be talking about culture, there was no making our elders come in and negotiate with us. I mean, I think it's on us as a council to see that our employees take care of their jobs and not put the burden of negotiating on our elders. A little bit of that's okay, But I think they're elders. They're not, a lot of them aren't capable of it. And we know that from one of the incidents that happened here that was brought to the council. So that's just where I'm coming from, and that's what I want to see. And to me, if you do that, you're going to get quick results. It's not going to take a lot of time. This has been going on a long time. So I say that it's a service that we provide. We're the council, you're the director. You need to address the services that we're
Yes.
providing and our employees. I mean, it goes back to services. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And I agree with everything that you just said, Ms. Carroll, because I agree. It's not, and I hope you don't think that this donuts is a negotiation. That's not what this is. This is a sitting down and talking with each other of how, what kinds of activities would you like? What kind of menu items would you like? It's hearing from you. It's just, talking with you. It's not about negotiating. It's how to make the program better. And to me, that is how staff can learn how to do things better. But I agree with everything Ms. Carroll said. It is our job to serve you and respect you. That absolutely is our job. So I hope you understand this is not a negotiation. This is a true, how can we serve you better?
Howard? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Howard, and ladies, appreciate as well. Since I've been in office, one thing I've noticed is that the services and programs of the Pawnee Nation, they're always a work in progress. We always have to continually try to improve them. But I'm glad you're here. We heard you loud and clear. We've got our marching orders, and it's all very well taken, and I thank you for that. I would say that we should have zero tolerance for bad service or bad manners. And so we will definitely take that into to heart, and we'll do our best to get that rectified sooner than later. And so, but I realize that actions speak a lot louder than words, so we're going to try to actually get something done, and that program, I know in years past, was packed with elders, and they all seemed to have a real good time, and look forward to getting together, and I'd like to see that kind of a climate, that kind of a service, be there permanently, in our Title VI program for our elders. I being an elder, along with you guys, I'm 74, but I do have young fashioned ways. But I want to appreciate, thank you for that so much, Is there any, Auntie, do you? Okay. Well, thank you, Auntie, for your words and for being here and your interest in all of our affairs that you've shown. Appreciate you. And you ladies are welcome here anytime, anytime. So please, please come back and bring this guy with you when you come as well. Is there anything else for open forum, folks?
I just had a
Cynthia?
question. I just had a question for Miss Ann. You said you're taking donations. Who do we give those donations to? Okay. Okay. Well, I was just going to donate some food items for your fundraiser. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead. Okay, I wonder, could we get a copy? Is that a copy for us? Okay, Jamie, could you get us a copy?
And how many of those fundraisers were held in the Title IV building, in the Title VI building? So a lot of fundraisers were held in the, okay.
On the dates that you gave, so you said Title VI elections is this Tuesday? Okay. And then February 11th is the Elders fundraiser, correct? What time? What time will that start? About 9? Okay. And oh, okay. Okay, so Sunny Boy Fields is going to be the caterer there, so that's going to be good. And then you said September 10th was the Elders Day. Is that the day you said? Or Grandparents' Day? Okay. Okay. Other than those dates, was there any other dates that you shared? I just want to make sure whoever's watching will have those. Okay. Thank you.
Just
Savvy?
one more, President. If we're going to wait until the last Friday of the month to have this meeting, it's not going to be held till February the 24th at the earliest. So that's like 5 weeks out. So I don't know if you want to, try to get everything implemented and have something to deliver at that time, or do it earlier. I just bring that to you just so that you're aware that it's going to be a little while out.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, folks, are we ready to, is there anybody online, Jamie and Geneva, tribal members that would like to address the council in open forum? Okay. Okay, well, I think that concludes the open forum, and I want to thank our tribal members again for being here, for expressing themselves, and just thank you for your presentations. And as I mentioned earlier, it's all very well taken from this body. Thank you for that. At this point in the agenda, we'll just continue on, and the next item is the Pawnee Business Council President Report. And so what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to basically report on activities that I've been involved in since our last meeting on January 3, I believe it was. So basically what all I've been up to during the month of January. And I've got 10 or 11 items I wanted to just run through here. The first is a possible meeting with Governor Stitt. On January 9, Vice President Canuho and I attended Governor Stitt's inauguration there in the state, at the state capitol. There were about, I think, probably a majority of the 39 tribes of Oklahoma were present, tribal leaders. There chiefs and chairmen and so on and so forth, including myself and Vice President Canuho. And I think as a result of that invitation from the governor and us attending that event, and also there was a reception for tribal leaders that the governor was at, as well as his legal counsel, it appears that the door is open for a possible meeting with the governor between the Pawnee Business Council and Governor Stitt in Oklahoma City. We had spoken on the telephone, and I had mentioned to him that that the Pawnee Nation, well, I congratulated him on his reelection and wished him well, and mentioned that Pawnee Nation had 2 or 3 matters we wanted to sit down and visit with him to forge some good, constructive tribal state agreements for the common good. And he just quickly said, well, in that case, you should bring your counsel down in a couple of weeks, and we'll go to lunch, and we'll talk that over. And I had reiterated that to his general counsel during the reception, you know, and I said, you know, repeated that the nation wanted to forge some constructive working relationships with the state. And I said, and that's why I'm here today, is to, you know, with that message, you know, we want to have a constructive set of working agreements with the state of Oklahoma for the common good. And he reiterated that that's why the governor reached out to all of the tribes, you know, personally, you know, to invite them to the inauguration. And so I gather from that it's possible that the governor wants to start push the restart button, you know, with regard to the relationships between the state of Oklahoma and the tribes. And so what I'd like to do next week is I want to send an email around to the council trying to get some dates where we think we might, several dates to where we could go down to Oklahoma City, talk about raise some issues that we might want to put on our agenda when we do meet with him, and then we'll try to get organized and then try to set up that meeting. You know, I think we'd like to. Jordan and I had talked this over. We'd like to move with all deliberate speed to take advantage of that open window, you know, and we do have some items that I think are ripe for discussion with the governor, and so we'll try to get organized for that possibly as early as next week, and try to get a meeting put into place there. The second item is on the STAC committee, the Secretary of Interior's Tribal Advisory Committee. Recall, council, that Pawnee Nation nominated me to serve on that committee, and it was well taken by Secretary Holland. She did appoint me as a primary member on that committee, representing or from the BIA's Southern Plains region. There's 24 tribes in that region in Kansas, western Oklahoma, and Texas. And I have an alternate in that, who is Governor Reggie Wasana from Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. Both he and I have technical assistants to take part in the work of the committee, and I asked Jennifer to be my TA, and the governor has a lady named Lorinda Morgan to help him out on his part on that. And so last week we had long planned. Part of our work is to try to keep these 24 tribes in the information loop about the ongoing activities and opportunities that are there, the windows of opportunities that are open to pursue tribal interests there through the STAC committee, insofar as anything related to the Department of Interior. And we had talked about having a briefing for our 24 tribes, and we did have that briefing this week on January 24, which was Tuesday. and it was pretty well attended. There was about 26 people there online and in person, 7 or 8 tribes represented, including the National Congress of American Indians, and Lael Echohawk from our Intergovernmental Affairs Committee was there at my request. The tribe paid her travel, and I thank you, Carol, for approving that to help lay out some strategic opportunities and approaches, for our Southern Plains tribes to take care of tribal business through this STAC committee. And so a lot of issues were identified. I've got a lot of follow-up work to do, and this next STAC meeting hasn't been definitively set, but I believe it'll be in Washington, D.C. on from May 16 to May 18. It hasn't been firmed up yet, but that will be the next STAC committee, and I intend to go to that STAC committee well prepared with the needs and concerns of the Southern Plains tribes, that I can advance on their behalf, because opportunities are just, the door is wide open there to take care of business for tribes on BIA, BLM, and all of the 20-some odd departments of Interior. And so, I'm going to try to inventory all of the 24 tribes and see if I can't identify some common themes there that, because this is actually, it's not only the Secretary of Interior, but it bumps up to the White House as well. So I want to be able to do the best that I can in this job. I knew it would take a bite out of my time internally, but I think we have benefited. It does benefit the nation, not only just the visibility, but also the access that we had when Jennifer went back and I for the STAC gathering and the White House conference. We took full advantage, and we made the rounds, that entire week. And I think as a result of that, we're expecting we made a lot of headway on the legal front and funding-wise, including this BIA TWAHA program that might, hopefully we wound up submitting a grant that will pay for our war on trauma, for $1 million a year, from now and into the future. Third, I wanted to let you know on the TDC Articles of Incorporation. The work group completed its work on the draft proposed legislative revisions to the articles to convert it into a gaming corporation and strengthen it. It was approved by the work group, including this revenue share, the revenue formula that the TDC would be given to the council. Going forward, once that goes into law, council was briefed last week, as I recall, and even though there was 2 or 3 that didn't make it, I did send around a memo. I think I haven't heard anyone express any concerns with it. So this week it was sent to the bank. The revised revisions were sent to First Secure Bank, the big lender that we do have that under the bank covenants has to approve this to make sure it will strengthen the industry and not weaken it. Bob Demick is very confident that we're going to get a green light from him. He's got a good, strong working relationship with the bank officer there. His name is Scott Mason. And he's coming to visit here, and he'll be here on February 16. And so council, he's going to spend the whole day here from the bank. He's never been to Pawnee, Oklahoma before. Bob thinks that they had some obligations to come and visit us from time to time. He has never been here before, but he's coming not necessarily in connection with the bank bank approval of our proposed legislation, but just to visit the tribe. He wants to visit all of the casinos. He'd like to meet the council, and we have all day on that Friday. I just learned this last night from Bob, got the word back. It's a very positive sign. So please mark your calendar, and I'm thinking, my thought would be they could maybe do the morning tour with TDC and Bob Demick, and of course any of the council that would like to go on this tour. But I think if you all could be there on hand in the early afternoon, or maybe we could set a date offline here to all just sit down with the bank officer, because it's not only good for our proposed legislation, but it's always good to firm up your working relationship with a banker for use down the road. So anyway, so I wanted to make that announcement by way of a heads up, and to mark your calendars, if you would please, for February 16. My fourth item is the Pawnee Evening Star Fund MOU. I did this month, I met with the, we had a board meeting for the Pawnee Evening Star board, and they approved some language. I see it on our agenda here. It's down at the bottom. I said one of our tabled items, and I want to give you a heads up that I'd like to put it on our next, the MOU issue back on our next PBC meeting, and our next meeting for February, when we get to be setting that date. The Evening Star Board approved some proposed revisions to that MOU that I hope will meet the concerns that were expressed in our deliberations on that so far. And I think over the weekend I want to put those proposals together, proposed revisions that I hope will meet everybody's concern. And I think also they were going to be doing some research for us as well, as far as how other tribal nations interface or interact with outside nonprofits. And in the hopes that maybe at our next meeting we could come to a meeting of the minds. I'd really like to see that MOU finalized with the full confidence of this body, to clarify, just simply to clarify a working relationship between our council and this 501c3 profit. I believe that everybody on this board, our council, we know we need additional revenue, and this I think is one pathway to meeting that need, and so I'm hopeful that we can get that worked out and get that relationship made clear for both entities, and move forward so that we can start bringing in additional revenue for Pawnee Nation projects and programs at the earliest possible time here to so I want to get with you guys via email next week and present you with these proposals to stride towards hopefully a meeting of the minds and finalizing that document. Fifth is the Department of Interior fracking policy. I just had a meeting yesterday on that issue. Recall we had all of these man-made earthquakes and destruction caused by the fracking injection wells, and the issuance of all kinds of drilling permits and fracking leases in violation of tribal law, federal law. It had led to a Pawnee Business Council moratorium in 2016 to halt all further approvals until a policy was developed to guide BIA and BLM approvals in our jurisdiction to follow our law. And so it looks like we're making very significant progress. We met yesterday on teams with Assistant Secretary of Interior Newland, Brian Newland, for Indian Affairs. We had previously presented our proposals for the content of that such a policy. They've looked them over. They've consulted with not only BIA but also BLM. I think we're in conceptual agreement with that, and Brian Newland is going to be, we'll probably use an MOU between the Pawnee Nation and the Department of Interior that would lay out what we want from BIA and BLM in terms of following tribal law, going forward on oil and gas approvals. So I'm very, very encouraged with that. He's going to be establishing a negotiation team for Interior with our legal and policy team as well. So I'm really, really hopeful that this negotiation can now take place, and we can come down the home stretch on that and walk away with a fracking policy for our jurisdiction. That way we could lift that moratorium. And in addition, this would also open the door to possibly resolve through settlement of the lawsuit we have in Tulsa, Pawnee Nation versus Secretary of Interior, regarding these BIA and BLM approvals, as well as a related IBIA appeal. And so we're making significant progress on that. It's going to strengthen our environmental protection capability if we can get BIA and BLM to follow Pawnee Nation law and their activities in our jurisdiction. The sixth item I wanted to update briefly is on the EPA case, Pawnee Nation versus Environmental Protection Agency. Just briefly by way of background, the Trump EPA issued this safety decision that granted the state of Oklahoma authority to run about 23 EPA programs in Indian country across the state of Oklahoma without adequate consultation with the tribes, and we wound up suing them. Pawnee Nation versus EPA sued them directly into the 10th Circuit, challenging the way that the Trump EPA did that. They worked nights and weekends in lightning speed to approve that, and it threatened the sovereignty and jurisdiction of all of the Oklahoma tribes. And so we've been negotiating with EPA, the Biden EPA, and by golly, it looks like we're coming really close now to hammering out some relief on that EPA would be issuing a new safety decisions that would contain a lot of conditions on funding for Oklahoma EPA programs that are aimed at protecting tribal sovereignty. And we're very, very well pleased with what is being finalized at this point, and I feel like we're fairly close to doing that. And that, of course, will strengthen the Pawnee Nation jurisdiction for our environmental programs here, and hopefully eventually lead to some tribal state agreements with Oklahoma between Monty's division and the state of Oklahoma, his counterparts in the state of Oklahoma, to where we can have a unified, seamless environmental program for our checkerboard jurisdiction, because water, it runs from state land to tribal land in the same way with the air, and so if we can coordinate, hopefully at the end of the day, we'll have a stronger set of tribal program for our jurisdiction here. Seventh is a kind of a new thing. Last summer, I was visiting with Monty about Title 12 and 13 of the Environmental Code. It's a good statute. It was drafted by Chief Standing Bear, currently the chief of the Osage Nation. He's an attorney, and he had worked here for a while. And at the time that it was being drafted in the late 90s, they had taken it to a lot of our tribal elders, Monty had mentioned, and none of them are with us today. But they said, make your environmental laws as strong as possible. That was what they wanted to see. And I'm very happy with Title 12 and 13. It's a very comprehensive set of, environmental laws, very comprehensive in nature. It's got a good set of purposes and findings as well, applying principles of ecology and ecosystem, kind of an approach there. But the thing that is lacking, and this is what troubles Monty, and he thinks it would be significantly strengthened if we could put a policy document into place that would serve as kind of a land ethic that we could draw from our cultural teachings of our ancestors, that our ancestors passed down about how human beings should comport ourselves to Father Sky, Mother Earth, our animals and plants, the waters that run through our homeland. And that would be an undergirding kind of a policy that would support the statute. Ultimately, it could come to governing documents as a kind of a policy document. And he is very excited about this idea and thinks that it would strengthen his hand in dealing with the federal agencies to have such a Pawnee Nation policy in place that draws from our own culture. And that dovetails with on the federal level where the Biden administration now is recognizing the big value of indigenous traditional knowledge as a way to increase our environmental protection, in the face of this global warming and the climate change crisis. The Biden administration is really doing some big steps now in Washington, D.C. with executive orders and interdepartmental agreements and presidential memorandums. But part of that recognizes the importance of indigenous knowledge, and they're now directing all of the federal agencies to use that in their planning, in their decision making, and developing co-stewardship agreements between tribes and tribal nations and federal land managing agencies. It's kind of an all-out drive now. Whereas at the same time, we're doing the same thing here with our infrastructure strategic plan, where Amy Wilson is opening doors for climate resiliency and using our culture to address some of these drought and fires and all of that things. So this kind of dovetails with that. So basically, I've spent a few days this week building a draft policy document that is being looked at now by the Cultural Resource Division, Cultural Resource Division and our TIPO on the culture side and the historic preservation side, as well as the Monty's division as well for the ecology side of it. And so I hope once we get a kind of a proposed policy document together, we can run it up the flagpole with the business council here, as well as the appropriate committees, which I would think would be the property committee governing documents as well. So I'm just giving you a little bit of background. I can supply more information as we go along, and sort of a heads up that I would like to return here in a month or two with a really nice policy proposal that I think will strengthen our environmental legal framework with an appropriate culturally based policy that is sort of a blend between our culture, our teachings that were handed down by our ancestors, as well as some modern day ecology principles that are very consistent with that. So the next item that I had here in January was one of my goals in January. I've spent a little bit of time talking to Jennifer and others, is to strengthen our committees, commissions, and boards. And of course, the TDC board is one example. With this legislation these articles of incorporation that I mentioned earlier. But secondly, I wanted to, on the Education Committee, after consulting with Carol, who chairs that committee, I want to, as president, I want to recommend that we appoint Charlie Gover to that Education Committee. He's served in higher ed and high school education for 25 years or so, and I think he'd be a big asset. He recently submitted a letter of interest wanting to be put on that committee, and so I'd like to do that later in our agenda today, but that would be one example. A second example. A third example, council, is I want to restart and strengthen the Environmental Regulatory Commission. We have an Environmental Regulatory Commission that was established by the Pawnee Nation Natural Resource Protection Act. And this Environmental Regulatory Commission, it's almost a semi-adjudicatory commission. It would decide complaints and penalties and grievances, on the under the environmental statute. It would bubble over to that commission. They would make rulings. That commission also has a role in water delivery system planning, as well as wastewater disposal planning as well. My cousin Howard, who was here earlier, it's a 3-person regulatory commission. Currently on it is Howard Echohawk, Denise Miller, and Randy Ledford. And the statute says that 2 out of the 3 commissioners have to be enrolled Pawnees. Well, Howard's term expired, and this commission has not met since before the pandemic. It's sort of gone moribund, and I want to reactivate it and strengthen it and possibly enlarge it a little bit, because all these other matters I've been talking about serve to strengthen our environmental laws and policies. And once all of that falls into place in this spring, which it will, there's going to be a lot more environmental work to be done, and our oil and gas negotiations are also part of that, a larger process. And then there's some work that dovetails with our infrastructure initiative as well, as far as water systems and wastewater disposal. So I want to get a very strong Environmental Regulatory Commission put into place, and I want to come back probably at our next council meeting with. I'm going to probably need an amendment to that act that would allow. Maybe instead of 3 members, maybe make it 4 or possibly even 5, and lower the number of enrolled Pawnees that we would put on there. I've got some very high-powered people, environmental law attorneys that are willing to serve on it, and that are familiar with our statutes here, that I think can really strengthen that and be a huge asset to Monty's work. So that's in the hopper. And so I will, just by way of a heads up, I'll be returning on that issue with appointment recommendations as well as a proposed amendment to that statute. And I'll coordinate Cynthia on the legislative amendment. It'll be real short, probably a sentence or change, in one section of that act. Let's see. And then fourthly, I wanted to just give a heads up on the Pawnee Nation Museum Board of Directors. Currently, the Board of Directors operates under its own bylaws, but they have two vacancies there, Matt Reed and Maggie Cunningham, and they've already served back-to-back terms, and so they're not eligible to serve again. But yet we're trying to look at ways to continue their input for continuity, because they're both very valuable members of that museum board. And so their vacancies and the need to fill that has prompted Jennifer and I to begin thinking and looking at ways to move forward with our museum work and advancing all of the work items and goals that are on the plate of the museum board. They've got a number of things on the short term here. One is the Indiana University partnership proposals that are need to be negotiated out with MOUs. Currently, James Wrightington is leading that effort. Except for the museum part, and so we need to get, Matt was going to be taking the lead on that. The other is we're going to have a high-powered visit in June by the National Smithsonian Institution's
National Museum American Indian.
National
Museum of American Indian, their Board of Trustees.
Their Board of Trustees, yes. Which is a very prestigious body of about 20 or 30 people. And this is as a result of Jennifer and I's trip to D.C. We said, Jennifer has a friend there, and we said, oh, we'd love to have you come to visit the Pawnee Nation. We got a museum, blah, blah, blah. And by golly, they changed their entire plan and said, we will hold our meeting here at the Pawnee Nation. These meetings are things that are planned out 2 or 3 years in advance, but they've shifted it around to come this June. And so I think it's a good thing for us, but what it does mean is that we need to be prepared to roll out the red carpet and have a functioning, robust museum committee that can host them in a way that would be suitable for that occasion, And so I think that's going to bring a lot of good things, for all things Pawnee Nation Museum and their aspirations to kind of hook up with these guys in June. And so that's another way need that they have. And then, of course, they have all these fundraising needs. They're not only for their current museum, but their museum plans to build a new museum on the tribal reserve, And so one of the things, and this is just by way of heads up, folks, that Jennifer and I had thought about, at least in the near term, my thought would be to create a brand new PBC committee. And it would be a museum committee that would be chaired by somebody from this body, if there's an interested person that would like to chair it, and we'd find some staff, and kind of move the people over from the museum board and add to it. I think Kevin Gover from the National Museum of the American Indian is all queued up to join the committee, and we can really beef it up and strengthen it, help them out down the road, and we could maybe keep the museum board in place, because I think once they have a big museum, a lot of staff and a big budget, they may want to go back to that as the format for museum governance. And so this might be a temporary committee for a year or two, And so we're thinking about that. We haven't broached it officially yet with the museum board. Jennifer and I will try to do that, meet with the remaining board members that we do have and broach this idea with them. And if they feel good about it, we may be returning, possibly as early as our next PBC members with a proposal to President has authority to create committees and make recommendations for their appointments to them, and so we might take that possible route. But we're just it's in an idea stage now, and we need to circle back with the existing museum board, and just talk about it with them, see what their thoughts are on that. I've got to speed up here. I've been going too long here. The 9th issue that I worked on this month is with regard to the the FCC, Federal Communications Commission. Now, this some of you that have been with the tribe for a long time might recall that at one time our TIPO, Matt Reed, was bringing in all kinds of money that supported not only his department, but the whole rest of the Cultural Resource Division, because he was charging fees to do his consulting work under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. Requires any federal undertaking that is licensed or going to be funded to make sure that that federal undertaking, that project, does not interfere with sites that are on the National Register of Historic Places. And we got sites all over Kansas and Colorado and Nebraska, as well as here at home. And he was charging all of these guys, all of these private entities, companies or whatever, to do that, and supporting his own salary and the rest of everything else at the Cultural Resource Division. But then when the Trump FCC got into the picture a few years back, it ruled that there was nothing under the Historic Preservation Act that allowed or authorized tribes to charge those fees. And that ruling basically put Matt out of business. He hasn't raised a dime since then. And it's hurt a lot of tribes other than the Pawnee Nation, but it really cut the legs out underneath that revenue stream for the nation. And so we filed a lawsuit. The Pawnee Nation was a plaintiff. I think the United Ketua Band was the lead tribe. There was about 6 or 7 tribes to my recollection. This was before I came into office. Scott Seipolt was the attorney of record, and I think it was argued by Clint Cohen, who's the current TDC attorney, when it went to a hearing. But anyway, that case was lost, and but there was some language in that act. That court decision that suggested that the court recognized that the tribes would be eligible to do consulting work, even though they couldn't charge fees as a statutory matter, but they could bid for consulting work and be given Indian preference. And so I hosted a strategy call with some lawyers and people that are very familiar with the FCC and this issue, and were involved in that lawsuit, And my question was, now that we have the Biden EPA here, FCC here, can we go back to them and revisit that issue and get that ruling overturned and get Matt back into the fundraising business? And interestingly, the people on this call said this, that they're under this language of I think it's the 10th Circuit decision, it basically says, no, you can't charge fees as a statutory matter, but you can bid on jobs and have Indian preference. But that's never been implemented by the FCC. And so what the game plan would be, the FCC, it sits under the Commerce Committee. They have jurisdiction over the FCC. And if the Commerce Committee writes the FCC chairman and says, points out that language in that case that tribes ought to be able to bid for this work, historic preservation work, and get Indian preference, that the FCC has the authority to put that into place internally. And so what we're thinking is basically we would, there's a lobbyist that is very familiar with not only FCC, but also the Commerce Committee. And that person would be able to thread the needle for us. If we can get the NAFPO, or the National Historic Preservation Organization, on board, Pawnee Nation, and all of the other tribes that were injured by not being able to charge fees anymore, pull our money together and hire this guy. It would cost $10,000. That would be his retainer. if the nation could cough up $1,000 and the other tribes cough up $1,000, we could get this guy retained. We could take this matter to the Commerce Committee, and then we would ask them to send a letter to the FCC, and I understand that person is kind of fungible or timid, I should say, that if they got a letter, they would jump and basically do it. So with this Indian preference, and so then Matt would be able to get back into the fundraising mode, and he'd have to use a business model. He'd have to put a businessman's hat on and submit bids for this work. And possibly we could create a tribally owned LLC, and he's given it some thought, maybe to team up with Carlton Gover as the licensed archaeologist and bring on some people that at the outcome would be Matt could be returned to be bringing in money to support his own salary, his own program, and the rest of the Cultural Resource Division. And plus we could create an LLC to boot. It would be a high-tech historic preservation LLC, and bring on a few people and have a business to boot. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. We're still looking at that, but what this would do would open a new legal or political front that we would have to add to our plate. A little bit of legal work, a little bit of lobbying work, and a little bit of this and that, and hopefully we could get this, go back and revisit that and start getting, because a lot of these undertakings, they pay all of these other firms money, but they don't pay tribes. We gotta consult at our own expense, and we want to change that. So anyway, that's just an update on that. But I'm very interested in doing that. Matt has given it some serious thought as well, and there may come a time, if all of that falls into place, that we would return to the council and say, can we cough up $1,000 here to get this lobbyist on board? And so just a heads up on that possibility if we go forward with it. The next item, the Mad Bear statute. I'd like to get at least a consensus from the council. We sent around a email. The Nebraska National Guard from out of Stewart, Nebraska, wants to build a large bronze, bigger than life statue of the Pawnee Scout Mad Bear, who won he was the first Native American to ever win a Congressional Medal of Honor in this Pawnee Scout campaign, where they were after the Cheyenne dog soldiers, and it's a big thing. It's a very huge thing to have a tribal member get a Congressional Medal of Honor. We have nothing here to show about that, but the National Guard up in Nebraska, they want to build a big monument and put it outside their National Guard building there in Stewart, Nebraska. They contacted us last week and wanted to know if the Pawnee Nation would support it, and I recommend that we do. I did check with Matt and Herb yesterday, and there was some controversy. Was it Mad Bear or was it Traveling Bear? And Matt says they got it right. It's Mad Bear. And then Herb says that the Cultural Resource Division could take the lead in coordinating with that, because they'll want to invite us up, to the unveiling of the statute, and there'll be some doings, and and it might also be a chance to say we want a replica statute here. If we could talk them into giving us a replica that we could put up on our tribal reserve to honor a veteran of that nature, a Pawnee Scout that received the Congressional Medal of Honor. And then Herb's division is also going to work with the Mad Bear descendants, to keep them in the loop and that kind of thing as well. So I'd like to request, I don't know, I think this is on our agenda for later. Yeah, I see that it is. So that's that. And then that concludes the 10 things that I worked on this month. Just quickly, I wanted to leave with a brief legal update on 2 cases here. One is Buck v. Oklahoma, which was decided by the Oklahoma Supreme Court on January 19. It's an adverse decision. It held that the Kickapoo Reservation was terminated. And the court relies on language from their, I guess it's their Allotment Act, language very similar to ours. So anyway, I'm just giving you a heads up on that. I got a call from one of my niece, their Sunny Downs, who's on the council up there about that decision, but that just was handed down by the Oklahoma Supreme Court. Whether they're going to try to take an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, I don't know, And then finally is this opioid settlement case, and I see that that's on our agenda as well today, and so I'll just leave it there, and we'll pick that up when we get moved down the agenda to Resolution 2303. And I'm sorry, I think I took too much time, but I covered a lot of ground this last month, so that's why y'all haven't seen me. Where's the president been? Anyway, that's my report. And I think I see the next item here. This looks like I'm more in the vein of a quarterly meeting here, but it's...
Yeah, it feels like it.
So, Mr. President, the thought was to put those items on there so that we can go over them every meeting, but maybe not as long as yours, but so when we get to our quarterly, that maybe we're not meeting for 24 hours. I'm just kidding. That was the thought, but
Yeah.
I mean...
President, I have a couple questions relative to your report.
Sure.
Just real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. So your fracking policy with the BIA, BLM is making progress. Who is on that team?
Let's see. Michael Freeman and Romella Roy from Earth Justice.
These are all legal
Yeah, they're
entities?
attorneys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chad Smith.
That's all I needed.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I have a couple more. So the museum board, Matt and Maggie are rolling off because they have to.
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do to fix that?
Well, that's the question. I think if we, I think there's a advisory board that is mentioned in their articles. They've never activated it. I mean, we could put them over there on the advisory board. That's one option. They wouldn't be able to vote. They wouldn't have any board leadership. The other would be, as I say, to create this committee. That way everybody could roll over into the
Okay.
committee, the same people, and
Okay.
they would meet more regularly, and somebody from this body would chair that committee.
I just hate to lose them.
Yeah,
You know.
and that's kind of what prompted a lot
Yeah,
of our
I hate to
thinking there,
lose them.
Yes.
So someone's going to get on that, and we're going to try to make
We're gonna
that.
we're gonna try to figure that out.
Okay, and one more. The FCC. Well, now I forgot what I was going to ask. Okay, I'm good.
Hey,
I'll
I do-
probably remember it later.
I do that all the time.
Thank you. Thanks.
And Counsel, I apologize, I thought I was going to be able to brush through this a lot faster, so. But, any other questions or comments, folks? Okay, thank you. Well, I think the next up is the committees. So how do we want to just go down the row, Sammy, if we could? And I
Sure.
guess this is just for the last 30 days, so.
Okay, good. Well, I did submit my quarterly reports to Jamie this morning, so she does have that. The Taraha Committee, we did over the last 30 days, if you'll recall, did a resolution by the council to join the National Tribal Association of Buffalo. That we will become members as soon as they have their quarterly meeting to bring us on. there was a fee for that, and we're really happy to do that. We have a lot more resources available to the nation, to our ag department relative to the actual livestock, and then also different areas of interest coming out of the national parks and what have you. So it's just a real win-win for us to be a part of that national association. I also chair the cemetery committee. We had a meeting last night and unfortunately weren't able to get a quorum together. Most of the gentlemen that are on this committee are work full-time, and sometimes things just happen. So we weren't able to get our meeting rolling last night, but we are working on our policy, and you called it something else this morning. What statute? Our cemetery statute. We are redlining that now. President Koch was kind enough to put one together, and this committee is comprised of our Nasharo Council members, some of those members, and our cultural team as well. We're also working on a resource list for mourners. We are trying to get a document together for individuals within the nation that have a death in their family. Oftentimes, especially when they're outside of the community, really don't know where to go, where to point to. And so we're developing that now, and we're also going to be working with our cultural group relative to, do you have to have a mourning feast? Who do I contact for a mourning feast? Who do I contact for a plot? And on and on. I mean, just, so we're trying to develop this. We're hoping to eventually get it on the website. We'll be collaborating with the executive office, and then also, I think it's important that we even have that packet up at Poteet's here in town, that they can hand it off and people will know where to go and what to do. I think it's really critical. That was one of the things that was brought to my attention 2 weeks ago with the death of one of our elders, and the son-in-law was like, we didn't know who to call. They called me, we worked it out, and everything went well for them as can be, as best we could. The other thing that we are working on is, what else did I do? Property committee. Donna will address that. She is our chair. I co-chair that. The HR department was relinquished. That committee is kind of relinquished to the executive office since we have an executive director and a director of HR. We're available for policy, if they need that. But right now, we're just kind of, hanging out. And then the IT communications also is relinquished to the executive office with the caveat of assisting with policy and the collaboration with J.D. Young when IT is required, and we'll help them, with our best expertise in that area. And I think that's what I have. Oh, and then the cemetery hardware. People are wondering what happened to the hardware that the Pawnee veterans requested and the tribe purchased, which is chairs, artificial turf, and lowering mechanism for graveside services. We have the equipment and the canopy. We have that equipment available. We are waiting for the Poteet funeral home to be able to train our workers. We have to have them trained. Jimmy doesn't want them hurt. I get that. They've taken on a lot, and so that will be coming soon rather than later. It'll be soon. I was trying to get it warm enough, and quite frankly, they've been really busy at Poteet's, so they've not been available. That is pretty much what I have. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Sammy. It's a lot of good work that you do, and I commend you for all of your work. And it sounds like you might be wanting to get some more committee assignments. We'll create this museum committee for you.
I told you I was available for you.
Okay.
Take a little off your plate there. But I don't know about the museum now. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff.
You know what? I'm going to tell you this, and then the three affiliated tribes, they built a brand spanking state-of-the-art huge museum. and,
Wow.
in Newtown there. And the person they got to do it is not a museum person. She was more of a business person, that knew how to make budgets and make things happen. And she learned just enough about museums along the way to get
Might
that
be a
done.
lot of fun.
But it helped her that the tribe gave that 32 million, though. They
Yeah, I was
just-
going
they
to
just
say,
had to-
I'll be out like this. Thank you,
Anyway,
President.
well, we could talk about additional committee work if you'd like,
Thank you,
at any
President.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, questions for Sammy? Okay. Dr. Evans, floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. Our medical advisory board did not meet, and otherwise, other committees, we've got other folks who are going to talk about them, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it. Carol?
Budget meetings, budget meetings, budget meetings, and budget meetings. And when we leave here, Jennifer and I are going back to budget meetings. And Monday, we start back with a budget call to get that thing balanced and get it ready by the 31st, if we can. But that's mainly the thing. On the education part, the most recent thing is we've been working closely with, and this is Jordan and I, with the board in their budget that they brought forward. We have traditionally always funded them, supported them in a certain amount, and we felt like maybe this year we're going to be bringing it forward that we would like to increase it just a little more, because there's not a president currently, and then they need a president. They need to pursue accreditation. She will be giving a presentation to us soon, and it will be a report on accreditation and how far, what we can foresee for that. But we wanted to contribute a percentage to scholarships for like technical degrees for our Pawnee people, because we're getting ready to break ground here in a few months on our behavioral health center. We're going to need some skilled people with certifications like CMA, CNA, technology, billing, all those kinds of things, and those are costly certificates to get, and we want to work closely with the college to see that they can work with their contacts to see that we can start training our own people here to prepare them for the jobs in the new behavioral health center, as well as Vice President Canujo's extensive work on the broadband, which will begin to and is going to need different skilled people and certifications. So we felt like that would be a good start for us to contribute in that way, to try to help and pay for these certificates for our people so that they can become employed as soon as these jobs come open, because it'll be within a year. So we'll be bringing that forward to the council. And then back to budgets and more budgets.
Get a life, get a life.
I know it.
And then, Ms. Carol, did you want to share the exciting information about the webpage?
Oh, yes. That's another thing we're working in here. Geneva from Communications is working on the webpage, and going up will be, we don't know what date, we're trying to get up really quick, but we're going to do a treasurer's webpage, and we are putting all of our information of the ARPA funds in deep detail, beginning with the pandemic. And it will go into detail about the programs that we as a council have chosen to fund, what they're all about, how much we've spent on them, and how they're going to benefit the tribe, plus how much money we have left. There will be an in-depth report on the Pawnee Tribal Development Corporation, and this will be updated monthly. So Geneva has already started putting together a really nice page, and I appreciate her. She's very skilled, and that is just going to be a really really needed addition to what we're doing to get the word out to our people. So hopefully that first page is going to be up here within just a couple of weeks. So that's real exciting. That's getting fed in with working on budgets. Okay. That's all I got.
Thank you for that, and we're on the way for another balanced budget, is that for this year?
We sure are. Now, some people might not like it, but it's all got to be done because there will be a return to normal life. We've been very fortunate to receive ARPA money to get us through this time. It's been very helpful. But as we can all see, it has pushed our tribe in great strides just by being able to create a behavioral health center and the telecommunications, which is going to be very far-reaching. So we're up and going, and we're going to try to build off of what we have left to, of course, keep our government maintained, but to try to get the infrastructure is the other big thing now. So, but now we're going to have the webpage to keep everybody informed. Like when we have a meeting with Amy on infrastructure, we can actually have it right out there, right then, for our people to watch. So that's real exciting. Okay.
All right, I thank you for that, Carol, and I just wanted to add that this nation, we operate on money, and Carol keeps us on the right path there, and it's quite a remarkable feat for any government to be operating on a balanced budget. Even you look at the United States, and they're way in the hole. So that's what I call fiscal accountability and responsibility, and appreciate your leadership on that. So.
Thank you. And I would like to say it's possible because we have excellent staff. Jennifer is a good leader, and we have our finance department, just a lot of dedicated people in there working hard. So I want to thank them for that also.
Excellent.
Oh, one of the things, that's right. We had talked earlier about creating a contracting grants contract type office, and we haven't actually approved that yet, but that is that's coming. That's something that we need really bad. We are increasing in size, in revenues. We're going to have a lot of revenues coming in, and so as the council had discussed together in our meeting, it is something that we are going to have to budget into the budget. But what we're wanting to do is create an office with grant writers, a person to be over contracting. We have already entered into self-governance. We've been successful. We have clean audits. We had another very good audit again this year, very clean. So now we are set and prepared to go forward with more self-governance programs, making us more independent. So we're just at the point that we've grown now that we're going to have to add another division. Thank you, Sammy, for that one.
Yeah, I think I really am glad to hear that notion, because it is going to strengthen our nation, and at the current time, it's just raining grant opportunities. There's just so much out there we couldn't possibly take advantage. But our challenge is to rise and try to take full advantage to the best of our ability of these grant opportunities, because some of them won't come around again in our lifetime, or at least my lifetime. Vice President, looking forward to your remarks as always. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, President. I'll keep this brief. Just for this month, for the Planning Committee, we met once. It was to review a grant opportunity that is, the grant was titled, or is titled, Affordable Opportunity Program, Affordable Connectivity Opportunity Program. This is basically going to allow, and it's going to be through our education department, And what it's going to do is allow us to hire a couple of WEX workers to do door-to-door surveying work for the Pawnee Nation, just to verify that they are that they have the access to the home as far as internet services provided, and also too if they have the understanding of what's offered for them in the form of any kind of help as far as their internet service and everything like that. So that grant was discussed in that meeting, and so we offered some suggestions and revisions, and so I believe that one was submitted through our planning department, and Lyle and Alex were the ones who were working on that one. Appreciate their work in doing that as well. So other than that, we didn't have any other meetings. We were pretty, as far as meeting-wise, we didn't have anything else this month. So that's all I have, President.
Dang, that was short. Trying to make up for lost time for my... Yeah, you should have just poked me, you know. But thank you for that, Vice President. I appreciate our Vice President, and we had some good times at the inauguration. You know, they gave us a front row seat right up on the stage. The Oklahoma House of Representatives were behind the tribal leaders, you know, on the stage up there, and the other side was the Senate, you know, and it was pretty awesome. I'm glad we went. Okay, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Gardapi, floor is yours, sir.
So I don't really have anything to say. No, I'm just kidding. Enrollment committee, we didn't meet. Ed committee, we met January 19th, and we also struggled to get a quorum, but we finally did. And just great things going on at the ag division or department. Sunny Evans has updated us on the greenhouse. She said she'll be ready to grow strawberries, tomatoes by next month, I think is what she was saying. So that's exciting that's moving forward. Our ARMP, the Agricultural Resource Management Plan, is completed, submitted, waiting for approval. So let's see, Chief's Garden, we've been talking about having a Charlotte Chief's Garden growing tobacco for ceremonial purposes. So we're still figuring out the details on how we want that to look, and will the Chiefs be growing it themselves, or are they going to help facilitate? Just we still have to work out those details, but we're definitely going to be growing this spring. And cattle expansion, I mean, there's just a lot of cattle updates and too many to go into right now, but it'll definitely be on the quarterly. So other than that, I mean, that's really the only meeting that we had this month. So I kept it brief too.
Thank you, George. One thing I'm really proud of is our agriculture, going into the field of agriculture, you know. I hope they put that on my tombstone, you know. He was the president when they got into agriculture. That's awesome. Thank you. Cynthia, floor is yours.
Thank you. So governing documents has not met, but we've been still continuing with the planning with the convention. We've been doing a lot of our planning via email. We put it in our SOP, that way we can make decisions and do that. So we did have a convention meeting on January 7th. It was an in-person convention, and the delegates did a lot of work and moved some more articles to the convention floor and did recommend those for the people, but they also reviewed a few of the other articles for more research. I think it was the Bill of Rights, and I didn't bring my computer, so I can't tell you right off the top of my head, and I do apologize for that. I didn't know we had committee reports, so I was trying to write it all out before I got here. But the minutes for that will be approved tomorrow, and I'll post those on the website. So all of the minutes from the convention are on the website now, so if anybody wants to know what they've been doing, what they've been working on, a lot of that work has been posted. We did cancel the meeting, the community meeting that was supposed to be held on that following weekend on the 14th, due to the family wanting to use the building and the facility for their family member's funeral. So we honored that and we went ahead and canceled. And it's on the agenda for tomorrow's convention meeting, virtual convention meeting, and they will be looking at when to reschedule that. So what will be talked about at this next forum will be the work groups and it will be Article 3, membership. It'll be Article 7, forfeiture, suspension, recall, and removal, and it'll be Article 8, ministerial council. So those work groups are looking for more input from the tribal membership, and, sorry? Oh, they'll reschedule tomorrow, so I won't know anything until after tomorrow's meeting, and we'll get flyers out and stuff like we normally do to let everybody know when that is. So if tribal members, you guys want to come and you want to know about those 3 articles, we felt like those were the biggest articles, kind of that is part of the discussion, and so tribal membership wanted to work on that, and the delegates wanted to work on those articles a little bit more, get more input, so that's what we're waiting on for that. So we'll get that rescheduled, and we will let everybody know. The Princess Committee has been working really hard. You know, we're going into a new, in the selection of our princess, so we've met twice this month already, and we're meeting again, I think, in a couple of weeks. We are starting that process with the new selection. We are hoping to have a new Pawnee Nation princess crowned in March, so we'll be sending out all of the information on that. We're hoping to continue with the dance, and so we will be doing that and making sure that we honor our outgoing princess and our incoming princess. We did approve 3 scholarships. We haven't done our press release or anything yet. We're in that process of getting those checks cut. But I will announce who they are. We did 3 scholarships for $300 apiece, and they went to Sarah Lamas Howell, Montana Snell, and Sky Seeing Leading Fox. So we'll be getting with them, and we'll get a press release out and some other some pictures and stuff of them with their checks. And so we're really excited to be able, you know, this committee fundraises for that, and we did change our scholarship to like more of a women empowerment. So it's for any tribal member who is a woman who wants to continue their education, and they can apply for this. And we only had the funding for 2 scholarships, but all 3 of them had really good essays. All 3 of them had really good stuff, and they're doing such good work in what they're doing and representing the Pawnee Nation and furthering their education. We just felt like we had the funds to go ahead and give all 3 of them an award. So the committee's really excited about that, and they anticipate raising more funding to support this and to give out more scholarship money. So we will be gearing up for our spring scholarship. This was our fall scholarship, so we're going to be going ahead and doing it twice a year. So I'm really excited about that. They're a great group of women to work with. The princess will be having a couple of fundraisers before the end of her term. She's really excited. One of the things that she wants to do and that she felt was on her heart is to do a food bank. And so to raise canned goods and raise stuff for food for the food banks here in Pawnee. I'm not for sure which food bank or if it will just do it for the churches, but she wanted to do that for the month of February. So you'll be seeing the flyers and stuff coming out for that. We'd love for everybody to come out and to support her. She just wanted to do this, and we support everything that she wants to do, and we're just trying to help her get that done. So she wants to give back to the community, and we're excited about the growth that she has represented, and we're really excited about the things that she's going to do in the future. The other thing is that I sent a couple of emails out to the council, and we finally came up with a solution to participating in the expo. And so the recommendation from the council was to go ahead and keep it at a committee level. The committee was really excited about that. We do have some questions about one of the recommendations for our budget for this specific event, or to do that. So we will be coming to the budget committee to get more direction, because we didn't think that in the fiscal policies that it would allow, but we want the committee to just kind of advise, because we don't want to do anything outside policy. So the committee wants to come to the budget committee to make sure that we're going to be doing this in the right way and that we're not going to be in any violation of any policy. So I'm just going to letting you guys know that that's what we discussed yesterday at our meeting. And so we will start beginning the process where President Echohawk will be getting a letter for your office for signature, so that the expo will know who we are appointing. We did select a director last night, and her name is Miss Frances Kent Primo. So her daughter Nadia is the Ponca director, and so she was excited, and she's willing to work with this, and so she knows what everything entails. She was a past Pawnee Nation princess. She was a past Pawnee Indian Veterans princess. She was, you name it, she was probably a princess. So we're really excited to be working with her, and she's excited to be working with us and with our princess, and I think it'll be fun for her, because all of our committee members are past princesses in some form, and they all bring a lot to the table, and they really do take it to heart on mentoring and providing the best opportunities for the princess to get out there and to represent the Pawnee Nation. And I really thank all of them for all of the work that they do, because I'm not a princess, I'm just a council member on this committee, and I lean on them for a lot of their guidance on this, because, you know, I don't know what it is to be a princess, but I'm honorary princess. And then the only other thing that I did, and I want to thank the council for I think it was at the last meeting or the meeting before, I was appointed to be the representative for the Pawnee Business Council on the Chamber of Commerce. So I attended their meeting this past couple of weeks, and I was sworn in as a director of the Board of Chamber of Commerce. So I have to thank you guys for that, and thank you. And so it's going to be exciting to be able to work with the community and all of these people. You know, you grow up around all these people, and they're all really active in the community, so it'll be a wonderful experience, I think, to do it as long as I can to finish out my term. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I just wanted to say, to me, you are a princess, as well as a councilwoman, and I really enjoy working with you. Donna, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I chair two committees. One is the property, and the other is is land use and property. The other is the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and both these committees met this month. All of our minutes are up to date. Let's see, what we're working on now, and we've been working on some things that will be in the quarterly report, but the what we call the IAC, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, it's an organized approach to our external relationships with outside entities. And in the past, before this committee was established, it was kind of a hit and miss, you know. So this gives us, you know, some direction and gives us a committee to work with. In some of the work that we're working on, and President Echohawk mentioned, was with the EPA on the October 1st, 2020 decision. Was it 2020 or 2019? 2020 decision. And Earth Justice has been taking lead on this, and they have been invaluable in the process and keeping it going. So I don't want to jump around on my committee. So okay, with our committee too, we're looking at you know, sending several of us to the National Congress of American Indians, and it's important for Pawnee Nation to have a presence, because what we have heard from the United Indian Nations of Oklahoma is that there are a lot of hobbyist groups out there that are trying to get federal recognition as tribes. And the Eastern Cherokees of North Carolina have asked for the other tribes to support them. One of the reports that we got from NCAI is that the state-recognized tribes, or the ones that do not have federal recognition, are outnumbering federally recognized tribes in attending. And so it's really important that tribes attend NCAI, so that and help fight those hobbyists that are trying to get into, trying to get their tribes recognized. At the meeting that we hosted right here, it was said, I believe the number was like 700 groups out there trying to get recognition under the Cherokees, and there was it was up in the hundreds. I want to think 400 with Muskogees that people are trying to get that, infringe on their recognition. So, so anyway, it's an important topic right now. In the omnibus, they stopped the attempt to recognize Lummies and MOAs, and they were trying to go, they weren't going the established recognition route, they were trying to go the congressional route. And so luckily that was stopped, and so it's important that we attend. So on on the property, there's 3 subcommittees under it, and they've kind of taken on their own role as committees, which is some cemetery, Tadaha, and oil and gas. And so I appreciate Sammy and President Echohawk for their leadership in these committees, because we're doing some, good work in those committees. What we're working on this month is I contacted the Deputy Superintendent at Pawnee Agency to start working on land into trust. This has been one of our objectives that we haven't been able to meet. We had hoped to use some ARPA funds, but that isn't available. So I had asked for a packet for land into trust, but she said, I think that they're making changes to the land into trust, because she said she would meet with us in mid-January and they'd go over it with the SIN. I don't think they've got I need to follow up with her, because I haven't, she hasn't scheduled an appointment. So I need to go ahead and check on that to see where we are. And to see if those changes in regulations have been made, and if that's the holdup. But tribes had requested that they make it an easier process, and I believe that came out loud and clear in the White House Tribal Nations meeting. I'm doing research on Shilako, and I got a assignment from President Echohawk to do a historical research on it, and I've been working on that. I've got a disc from flash drive from Pawnee Agency that has some of it, and I'm going through there and I think we're going to probably have to go a little bit further than that to find what we're looking for. Basically, the legislation that set up the school, and most of you probably know that the 5 tribes own the campus part. And I did have a meeting, we were supposed to schedule a meeting with the Shilako Treaty Tribes, but that hasn't happened. We were looking for maybe this month, because the Shilako Alumni Association, they scheduled a meeting and invited, some of us to come up and meet with them in Ponca City last month. And they want to renovate one of the buildings so that their alumni, can meet there. But, it has to go through our Shilako Treaty. They the tribes delegates that are on there. So the other thing I'm working on is trying to help families keep their allotments, and the council did this for one of our families. And I also need to track all of the land that the tribe inherits, from. So, like, what pieces of land we have, we need to have that, because if the tribe has an interest in some of the allotment lands, it protects that land. And so we need to know all of that. So I want to work with the Pawnee Agency. I went over and met with Jessica Hart. I can't quite remember her name, but she's with Realty. And so she's got training available, training table and materials that she wants to invite the tribes in and do training. And we really need, there's so much work into Realty, and I started seeing at the end, the last quarter of the work that we didn't get done. So I feel really charged right now to try to get this work done before May. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that, Donna. I had a quick question, if I may, on if you could refresh my recollection on NCAI. Did we decide to join as a member, or where does that stand?
I don't think it's come up recently. I know we joined UNO as a member, but we do need to look at that membership now because NCAI is the 20th to the 22nd.
Of what?
Of February.
What are the dates again?
The 20th through the 22nd.
Of this month, huh?
Of February.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And the reason I'm asking is we did join UINO as a member rather than individual fees. And I thought the issue rose at that time, what about NCAI? And I don't know if we kicked the can down the road or not, but One thing I would just like to say to the council is that I was just with the NCAI executive director up in Prairie Band, Potawatomi Tuesday, Larry Wright, and he serves as their executive director. He hasn't moved to Washington, D.C. yet. He still lives in Lincoln, Nebraska. He's a former chairman of the Northern Caucus. But he was there in part to a lot of his talk was about the need for they're trying to increase their tribal membership at NCAI. They'd been kind of shaky in recent years and under criticism. What have you been doing for us, and so they've been losing membership on the one hand, but on the other hand, whenever you go up to the White House or you go to a senator's office or a lawmaker's office or an agency head with an issue, their first question is, what does NCAI say about this? They want to know what their position is because they have for 60, 70, 80 years been the intertribal organization there that has been a voice for our tribes, a united voice. And so even though they've kind of fallen out of stability in recent past couple years, they still want to know in D.C. what NCAI is. If we were able to, if we had a Pawnee Nation issue that we needed to get fixed in D.C., and we sent a delegation back there, they'd say, well, what does NCAI think about this? They want to see a NCAI resolution, and so it remains, and that's what they're trying to get back to, is to be a united voice on national issues, that you can get a resolution from, and it's going to help your tribal issue, when you're lobbying on it and you need support. And so for that reason, I would like to recommend today that we seriously consider a tribal membership to that organization for the exact same reasons that we did for the UINO. Because if we think we have issues down in Oklahoma City, tribal state issues, we've got a lot more issues back in Washington, D.C., so I know that our budget is tight, but to the extent that we could do it, it would certainly, in my view, help us with our external sovereignty and our relationships, with the federal government, to support that organization. I don't know. I don't think we need to decide that now, but
Right.
if we're able to, but if this is time sensitive, but if it isn't, I'd like to just plant that seed of thought, that if we can find a way to join as a tribe rather than individual, I think it's individuals that memberships is that we have now for the council members, right?
I'm not sure, we need to check, but I'd really like to get this on the next agenda and let it go through budget. If budget committee could look at it and get on the next agenda, because this is really, I think, the most powerful NCAI because it's in Washington, D.C. I know that Lael was Echo Hawk, Howard's daughter, and she was really instrumental in setting up a lot of appointments, and I think she'll be doing that again. There is one thing I forgot to mention in my property report that I'm working on right now. In fact, I was working on it right before the council meeting with them, and it's the lease on the Building 1 with the seed preservation. And so that's something that we're working on right now. Their lease is up the 20th of February, so we hope to have something in place. If not, we may ask for an extension at the quarterly meeting, like a month to do it or something. And I promise I'll be quiet right after this. I was really proud of our Pawnee Princess, Quinlan, and she was at Larry's Good Foxes hand game, and I want to congratulate Larry on his retirement from Pawnee Agency. And it was a really neat hand game, and it was just a lot of joy and fun, and our princess was there, and she represented us well. That's all for sure this time.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Donna? No, Meg. Okay, folks, I think that brings us to the end of the committee reports. I thank each of you, and just for the record, I'd like to say to our tribal members, that a lot of the Pawnee Nation government is based on the committee work that we have. These are all volunteer committees. They serve without pay. There are these 16 or some odd committees that we have, we have a lot of our tribal members on them many of them are from out of state, and they're experts in these different areas, and they really drill down deep into the issues and bring things forward to the council. And when they come to us from the committees, we know that they've been well researched, they've been polished, they're ready for decisions. They've been vetted, and this business council really relies on our committees. We make the decisions at this level, but we rely on our committee work, to do a lot of the heavy lifting for us, And so I appreciate that, and I know that each and every one of our council members chairs these committees, and they spend a lot of time, evening work and whatnot, doing these, participating in the committee work. So I want to thank each of our council members for their committee works and their reports today. And with that, how are we doing, folks? Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Dr. Evans, is that medically recommended? Okay. 5 minutes, folks.
Ah, that is yawn. Shall I bring a pillow over? A couple more hours, you'll make it. I might do a big yawn here in a little bit, so I better mute.
And the next item up, item number 7, is Pawnee Business Council travel request for approval. And who is going to present on that, please?
I think we put that out there just in case somebody did have travel requests that we can talk about and approve. But that's it.
Okay. Don? Neither here, except possibly NCAI, Donna and I.
And who?
I would like Cindy to go in my place if, funding's limited. She's never had the opportunity to attend.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that haven't.
Yeah, I
And I
know.
would say, if it's going to benefit your programs or whatever, you should go.
Yeah.
Donna.
Yeah, I was just saying if it's limited, I would give my place up.
Awesome.
I have nothing.
I just don't think that I would be able to go with school and everything, so, but I have no other travel.
George, you got any travel? Cynthia? Don, you got any travel?
Yeah, so NCI.
NCAI? Jennifer, how about yourself? NCAI?
Do we need to make a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the travel for NCAI.
I'll second.
Whose travel is it? Oh, okay.
Your own budget? Okay.
Okay.
So that would be 2 of us from the council, and then Jennifer's got her own budget.
How long
Shall we keep it open for one more person just in case? If there's funding? Yeah, I'll second it.
Let me just say this. I would urge and encourage every council person to think about attending. It will round you out in terms of your experience, and you'll be making contacts there. There'll be lots of the feds will be there, and it's just, I think it's really, in terms of the development of our tribal leadership, I'm glad that Jennifer's thinking about going, because we need a very well-rounded ED with external experience as well. So, council, please think seriously about going. I don't know where it's going to be held at. Do you recall offhand?
Washington DC, I don't know the hotel right off.
Because that would give us ample opportunity to conduct other tribal business. And if you council members have other business back in DC, this
Yeah.
would be a good time to pursue that.
They leave time open for appointments to be made on the Hill. Also, congressmen and senators come and speak to the tribal leaders at NCAI.
What's the dates? I guess I never heard the dates.
20th through the 22nd.
February.
February.
22nd.
We're all going.
If that was in the president's report, I was zoning at the very end. I was just like, no.
Right.
Okay. It's just a couple of days. I mean,
Right?
I may go to that. I may make a trip to that. Yeah. So I'll be a maybe.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second? Okay,
I second it.
okay, any further discussion, folks, on the travel item here? Here, I didn't know I was going anywhere. Okay, call for the vote then, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Carter, P.S., Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Councilman Hare, do they have like an itinerary for all that, like agenda and everything?
They probably have tentative agenda
Okay.
on the NCI webpage.
Okay.
Just click on the agenda part.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so with that then, I guess, and again, please council, consider going. I think it would be a good experience and the tribe will benefit in the long run in terms of leadership. Next item is Pawnee Nation Executive Director Report and Travel Request. Jennifer?
Okay, mine's
yours?
going to be short and sweet, because I'm going to give a full scope for the next quarterly meeting, but I wanted to go over just for our viewers, what has happened in the last month. Can people still hear online? Okay, so we had our infrastructure plan approved by our Pawnee Business Council, and so we are working on that. We're going to have weekly meetings to update everybody on our infrastructure plan. We had a planning meeting. The women on our Pawnee Business Council had a planning meeting for our upcoming Job It Roundtable. That's going to be tomorrow night at 5:30 here at the Roundhouse. And so we invite all Pawnee women to come to that if you're able to. I've been working with Jessica Harkreeder from BIA, that's who Ms. Donna was talking about, for our Probate Reform Act. She's giving updated lessons, that's lessons and classes together, lessons for anybody who needs it. So maybe working with her to set those up for the PBC and the Nasharo Council. We also had a meeting with our Nasharo Council on our PBC about our spring feast planning. We're going to be doing our spring feast here coming up. The date's going to be announced, but soon in the next couple of weeks or so, we are trying to finalize the date on that. And so everybody will be seeing that on Facebook and our website, as well as probably, hopefully in our next quarterly meeting, we can announce when the date is for that. As Ms. Carroll said, budgets. That's our middle name right now, is budgets. Also excited about the grant and contract division that we're coming up with, and the purpose of that is to have, not only have grant managers on board, but also to have a grant manager that literally works as a grant manager. I forgot the word. But someone who goes around and works with each of the division directors and helps them with staying in compliance of their grants. Make sure that deliveries are being met and that they are following the super circular, which is our middle name with federal funds. And also, we just approved that, so thank you for NCAI for the travel for that. And the rest, I will do an update at our next meeting for our quarterly report.
Short and sweet, you're
Trying
right.
to rush on so we can move on to the agenda.
Yes.
If you have any questions, let me know.
All right. That's my kind of report. I'll have to take notes on. Excellent. That's how a report should be given. Never too old to learn.
Do you need my notes, Mr. President? I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer, for that. And I just want to add, it's such a wonderful pleasure working with Jennifer. And she has really uplifted the nation and helped us go to the next level. So I'm thankful to you, Jennifer. Old business, approval of the Pawnee Nation third quarterly reports, committees, commissions, and boards. And who's going to present on that? That is in the packet, or do we, that would be, or not in the packet? Okay.
So we did get all of the reports in for committees, commissions, and boards?
It's not me, right?
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve, since we have all of those, I'll make a motion to approve the third quarterly reports.
I'll second.
Okay, we do have a motion. Thank you, Cynthia, and a second from Vice President. Any further discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Knuckle,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare, Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, council. Motion carries, and that brings us to new business. First item, approval of Resolution 2303, participation in additional opioid settlement. I do see our Attorney General is on the screen with us, so Chad, would you be presenting on this, please, sir? And I should just say, welcome to the meeting. Glad you're here.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Basically, if you remember, about 6 months ago, Curtis Buell, who represents the tribe, brought a proposal on a large settlement against pharmaceutical companies. It was a global settlement among all the tribes except for the Cherokee Nation. And at that time, the council voted to approve the settlement and start the process for distribution. Well, it appears the litigation group that he participates in has got a second round of settlements, basically with real retailers, Walmart, Walgreens, etc. And so that amount is like $469 million. But it's over all tribes except the Cherokees. And it goes over a 15-year period. Each defendant has a different formula. But the distribution of the money is the formula is developed by a committee, and it's led by Lane Phillips. He's an attorney that represented in Oklahoma. He was a federal judge for some period of time, and he was in private practice in California. So he heads that group to develop a formula. And so what has been presented to us is, I think it's 5 resolutions for each of the retail defendants to participate in negotiating a distribution and settlement with them. So it's really an extension of the opioid settlements that the council approved 6 months ago. I want to also advise you that money is not imminent. It won't be tons of big money at the front end. It's going to be distributed over a 10 to 15 year period, and it's to be used for opioid and related suppression and treatment. So I would, since we're a part of the class, I would suggest the council to authorize the president to execute those participation agreements.
Thank you for that, Attorney General. And those participation agreements are attached to this resolution. And I would just underscore that these settlement monies would I guess, trickling in over the course of the next 15 years under some formula, distribution formula, and that would be tagged for, they would have to be used for opioid abatement. And so I would interpret that to mean that if that's the case, that this could be a revenue stream for the new behavioral health center, over the next 15 years, So just a general thought on that. Are there any questions of Attorney General folks on this? It's sort of a follow-on set of 5 settlements, follow-on to what we had approved earlier. So, Cynthia?
I don't have any questions, but I do have some comments about the resolution. Just because I like this to be uniform when we do resolutions. If we could add the ampersand and at the end of each of those, and then actually make the second to the last whereas, there's a period, and then it says, this allocation will decide how the settlement funds are to be distributed. If we can make that another whereas, so it would be, after it names those 2 gentlemen, whereas this allocation will be, and then move on. It's my only recommendation. Sorry.
Those are well taken by me. We want to try to be professional at all times, and that includes our drafts wordsmithing here.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution with the recommended changes.
I'll second.
Thank you for that, Vice President, the motion, and Dr. Evans for the second. Appreciate that. Any further? Oh. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, Mr. Secretary.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes, I'll skip my cookies.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes,
I was waiting until you got your cookie.
thank you.
Thank you, Council. Motion carries. With that, the next item up is approval of Resolution 2304, Pawnee Nation endorsement for law and order codes. Lynn, who's going to present on that?
President Echohawk, I'll be presenting on that. As most are aware, we have been the Choppa 5, as Rosario Leading Fox likes to call us, consist of our executive director, Jennifer Gover, and also the women of the Business Council, who have been tasked to pull together the Pawnee women in conversation relative to trauma. We're well aware that it's not just women that are traumatized. We also have men and young boys traumatized as well. That will be taken care of separately by the Nasharo Councilmen. In the meantime, what we've done is our last meeting, we got together last Saturday, the Nasharo and the Choppa 5, and we drafted a resolution to bring forth relative to our law and order codes. And these codes need to be brought in, and that's our request, that they be brought in today and sanctioned for our courts to be able to mitigate problems. So I'd like to just go ahead and I'll start with the whereas. Okay. We'll go to number 3. Whereas the Pawnee Business Council understands the intergenerational emotional and cultural trauma affecting women, men, children, and culture within the Pawnee Nation jurisdiction caused by removal, boarding schools, abuse, addiction, and self-harm. And the Pawnee Business Council women members shall have oversight and review of all trauma media released from the Pawnee Nation with the assistance of the Pawnee Nation Executive Director. And the Pawnee Business Council women members are requesting the addition of new/updated Pawnee law and order codes to firmly protect women, men, children, and their families against abuse, stalking, harassment, and domestic violence. And the Pawnee Business Council is declaring the initiative to strengthen the Pawnee law and order codes to firmly protect women, men, children, families, and culture against abuse by adding a banishment law for those who threaten our safe environment, violate protective orders or laws created to protect women, men, children, and their families within the Pawnee Nation jurisdiction. And the Pawnee Business Council shall support and respect the Nasharo Council as they seek to continue the Pawnee cultural traditional beliefs of Pawnee women as caretakers and protectors of their families. And the Nasharo Council concurs and supports the request of the women members of the Pawnee Business Council in their initiatives to create strong protection for women, men, children, families, and culture within the Pawnee Nation jurisdiction. We're bringing this forward today as a group and would like the buy-in from all of the gentlemen sitting on this council. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sammy, Councilwoman Kimball. And folks, are there any comments or questions on this, please?
I do. Yeah. So did you guys had talked about renaming this? Do we want to do that now? And also I do want to state that I support this 100%.
Thank you.
I love what you guys are doing, you ladies are doing.
Thank you.
And I take this war on trauma very serious. So I will use my voice when necessary to forward this initiative. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Was that a motion?
And George,
It wasn't a motion, but I will make a motion.
We were going to rename it,
Yes.
to be clearer.
Yes.
So we need to do that now.
Yeah, let's do it now. So what do we want to name it? How about trauma protection?
Trauma protection is good for trauma
For the
protection,
resolution.
healing, and it's to create all of these are, well, it's just really to address legislatively to address trauma.
Correct.
Okay.
Endorsement for increased law and order trauma protection?
That sounds good too. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
Yeah, we like that. So say it again, please.
Pawnee Nation endorsement for increased law and order trauma protection?
Okay, thank you.
President Echo Hawk, I'll second that motion.
Folks, are there any other comments or questions of this? And I want to add my support to what George said too, as far as
Thank you.
my own personal endorsement as well.
Thank you.
I just have one comment, and that has to do with the fifth whereas, where it says that, no, the fourth, where it said the women shall have oversight and review. We need to understand that the president has to approve all outgoing press releases. So this would be our part of it, knowing that he has that role. I'm not asking for any changes on the resolution. I'm just clarifying that.
President,
Yeah, I do have that duty currently, but I don't mind ceding it here to the women if that's what is being asked, or collaborating with them. Either way, whatever y'all want to do.
Okay, thank you.
President, I have I guess a question to the resolution. In the whereas that describes Pawnee Business Council is declaring the initiative to strengthen the Pawnee law and order codes to firmly protect women, men, children, families, and culture against abuse by adding a banishment law for those who threaten. So is that banishment law currently being worked on, or is that, will that be the result of this resolution and then be addressed at that time?
No, I think we would have to assign that to the Attorney General to do. The Pawnee Nation, like all tribal nations, has the inherent power to banish people from its jurisdiction. And so some sort of a statute would have to be drafted that would provide due process, because it is kind of a severe form of punishment, and that should be done only after, with notice and due process, and so, but it's something that could easily be drafted. And I know that as a part of the war on trauma, that there's a larger need afoot to codify and update and upgrade the law and order code anyway, to provide more tools to the courts and whatnot. This would certainly be part of that. But there is a whole other, at least one prong or maybe two from the governing documents and also the executive office to update our law and order code to give more tools for this war on trauma. And that hasn't commenced yet, but it is in the, I think we have the planning.
Could I give an update real quick?
Yeah, if you could give us an update on it.
To your question.
But this would be part of that larger effort, I think.
Yes. Whenever the Job at 5 met with the Nasharo Council, the Nasharo Council and the PBC women asked that I send an email to A.G. Smith to ask him with this information, what are our options? So he sent that information to us, and now they're reviewing it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm sure there'd probably be some questions from tribal members as far as, where that is, if it started, and what that will look like. So glad that that's in the process. I do want to just say that I do support this resolution as well. I want to thank our women here on the council too for getting this together as well, the work that you all have done, getting this together along with our executive director as well. And just to me, this is a product of hearing the needs that is there from our tribal members, especially from our female tribal members that have experienced these things. And so it's good that we're able to do something in this process from this body as well. So I do support this. So thank you all.
Thank you.
I think we have a motion and second on the floor.
Oh, okay. Any further discussion on this, folks? And certainly, once this passes, we'll be meeting with the executive office on how best to go about implementing it. So, any further? Oh, Donna?
I just want to thank Carol Chapman for her leadership.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, I think it's
Thank you.
Carol, I think it's very fitting and appropriate, and I think that this trauma issue, long-standing problem, I think there's always a silver lining in every thing that comes along, and if this helps to propel and restore and strengthen the role of women in our tribe and in our community, then this is a real good thing, and it's a good thing to see take ownership and initiative, so I like it from that standpoint as well. So where are we now? Oh, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gardner, P.S., Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, Council, and the Choppets and Carol for your leadership on this. Next item, discussion and/or action on the proposed Nebraska statue, Mad Bear. And do we have a resolution in our package for that, or I don't know whether we actually need one, or Jamie, is there a resolution in here on that? Okay, so I think if we could just get a motion to endorse this statue project, basically one that would say that I'm looking for a motion that would endorse and support this proposed statute of Pawnee Scout Mad Bear, and that we would delegate the coordination of that with the parties up in Nebraska to the Cultural Resource Division, along with a suggestion or a request from the tribe that the makers of this statute do a replica for the Pawnee Nation that we could erect down here. Something to that effect, and not make it conditional, not make that conditional, but just make it in a request form. Does that make sense?
I'll make that motion, President Echohawk, with the understanding that the cultural committee will make sure that the name is right. And the spelling and the name, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll put that in their good hands, you know, and I'm sure they'll make sure it's culturally appropriate, you know.
Yeah.
And
We are descendants of that.
oh, okay. Well, I was just going to recommend that Jordan be the model for the statue.
I think he should. Yeah, we are direct descendants.
Either Jordan or George. It's a toss-up, you know.
I know.
But, or Dr. Evans, you know.
How about Pat?
Hey, there we go. An overlooked Mad Bear. There you go. There you go.
Crazy.
Kudos.
That was pretty good.
Yes, so, okay, so if I could have, we have a motion then on the floor.
I'll second.
Oh, beat you, okay. Cynthia, thank you for your motion. Any further discussion, folks? Call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canugo,
Yes.
George Garpy, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare, Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sam Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries unanimously. And Jamie, early next week, I'd like to see a draft of the motion. You know, we'll put that together and send it up to Nebraska. That way they can begin their project up there. And then and also put on your list, if you would, to be sure to let the Cultural Resource Division know it was approved. And I'd like to have some input on that motion too, just to make sure it captures, you know, everything. But I'm sure, you know, we'll get it out the door here early next week. Okay, next item, Budget Committee recommendations. Carol, it looks like you're on deck here. Items A through D.
Okay.
The first being approval of 3210 ILMS Library Service Budget. And
Yes.
okay.
Okay, so this is a new budget, and it's for $150,000. You're very familiar. You could probably do this better than me, President Eckhart, but this is the digital library project by Mr. Dr. James writing in, and his assistant, Lindsay Chapman, who has a master's in library science, but they are doing some wonderful work through this grant to digitize all kinds of just extensive materials for the Pawnee Nation. And it's very exciting that they're getting ready to put this, they've already started it, and they made a presentation on it here. It was a wonderful presentation. There were quite a few Pawnee people here, and they were very excited about it. So that's what this is to get them up and going. And you might give a little more, you know, you were more involved in it. You're on that board, so.
Well, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Carol, but now, did James write this grant, or is this one that James is writing or did write that was awarded? Or
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to mention that the grant this grant was written by James Writing,
Mhm.
and it's beyond, above and beyond his scope of duty.
That is right, just his
as
love.
the, as the project
Mhm.
manager, he took it upon himself to bring in some additional money to carry that project on forward, and I want to really put in a special thanks for James for going above and beyond the call of duty to get this done. But so this basically would add that into that budget. Is that what it's doing? Or?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. It's the
Yeah.
second year of it, and
Yeah.
they'll be working on all the digitizing of all the materials, and they're going to be adding a research assistant to this one to expand it, and they've already started. It's called Mukurtu or Mukuto or that's the Pawnee portal where all this digitized material will go, and is the only tribe in the United States to be doing this.
It's a first of its kind,
Yes.
and it'll be like you can get on your computer, and all of this remains to be ironed out, but you could access everything, pictures, songs, language database, manuscripts, for our Pawnee people. It will be collections from the National Archives, Indiana University, Nebraska, about 16 different repositories all in one place. And it's going to be, give each Pawnee an opportunity to be highly educated in our culture and have it all at their fingertips, And so it's going to be quite awesome, quite awesome. And I think this is a good example of working with outside grant writers, bringing the money into the door, and there's more of that, but James has been in poor health, and he really has been hitting the long ball in this project, and so it's going to really be keen. Cynthia?
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Dr. Evans, did you get that, or was that Carol?
Give it to
For
Dr.
the
Evans.
record, for the record.
For the record, it's Dr. Evans.
Okay. Thank you for that motion, Cynthia, and the second, Dr. Evans. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuto,
Yes.
George Garpy, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And this is I just wanted to give one big shout out to James Writing in, one of our own talented Pawnee tribal members, for bringing in this big chunk of change here for this project. Thank you, James. Next item is approval of 1905 ARPA language budget. And who's going to present on that? Please, Carol.
I can go ahead, and Jordan can probably jump in, but this is Jordan's original project that he requested money for, beginning a language program here, and this is actually establishing the budget for it. So it's a new budget. And do you want to say any more about it, Jordan? It's
Yeah, I
really
can-
important.
I do want to say thank you to the council once again for supporting this, and this is $200,000 for this coming year with the $400,000 allocation that we had with the resolution that we will be revising here in a little bit. But this $200,000 does pay for 2 language specialists and 1 language coordinator for this department. The goal, again, to our council and also to tribal members is that we would like to utilize this funding to get the department going, but also to give them enough so that they can go after funding and be able to support the program after the 2 years has passed. And so hopefully this is going to be enough for them to do that and successfully be able to see this language department continuing to move forward. Just from President's report as well, hopefully as they pursue avenues to be able to bring in revenue through Matt Reed's program and everything else like that. Hopefully we can see this eventually continue to take off from where it is. But I do appreciate being able to do this and again, support from the council on this as well. So it's good to see this budget come through.
Thank you, Vice President and Carol, for the presentations here. Council, are there any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia, for your motion, Councilwoman Kimball for your second. Any comments on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuto.
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you, Council. Motion carries. Next item up is this 2142 LIHEAP infrastructure budget, and who is going to present on that, Carol?
I will.
Okay.
This is a budget mod, and it is just moving some money out of, there was $899 for services, for assistance, and it has been moved into supplies. And that's all it is.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. Any questions of Carol?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you for the motion. Was that Cynthia? And Dr. Evans with the second. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuto.
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Thank you, Council. Motion carries. Next item is approval of amended Resolution 22-15 ARPA allocation, Pawnee language budget. And who's going to present?
I will. Whenever the council approved this request, we had allocated earlier ARPA funding for that we didn't use for the Pecan Grove Hotel, and so we had to go back and amend the resolution because we're taking out the $400,000 and leaving the remainder in there. So this is why the resolution is amended. Is it up there on the?
Yeah.
Okay, I
It is.
can't see it. But as it's amended January 27th, and what we did was we changed it, amended it to January 27th, the date, and we added in the language for the compliance part of it because that was during the height of the pandemic, and the original purpose was to address a loss for something related to COVID during that time. So we put in, due to the public health emergency, the nation has become at risk for losing its language as proclaimed by resolution number 2140 because of the small population that speaks the language fluently could at any time suffer the ill effects of the virus. The funds will be used to increase the number of people to use the language on a day-to-day basis to avert losing the language totally because of the public health emergency. And whereas the Pawnee Business Council recommends the reappropriation in it from funds received as part of the American Rescue Plan Act in the amount of $400,000 for the Pawnee language program. And whereas these funds will be used to strengthen the Pawnee Nation's efforts to preserve and revitalize our language. Down in the bottom, we changed, now therefore be it resolved, the Pawnee Business Council does hereby approve the ARPA allocation for the Pawnee language program to preserve and revitalize our, can't say it, oh, good. For future, thank you, for future I didn't want to slaughter it. For future, and I come from a home of speakers, but for future generations to come, in the amount of $400,000, and then we just changed the dates down in there at the bottom, just to make sure that our records all match and are accurate for compliance.
Thank you for that, Carol. Council, any questions?
Just something, just a little housekeeping on the, and you probably caught it too, the resolution. So we're talking about the American Rescue Plan Act, and in parentheses, we should have ARP on there because, ARPA, because we
Right.
reference it in the now therefore on the very bottom.
Yes.
So if we could just add
Yes.
that into that first, thank you. I think she's got it. That would be my only change, and I'll make the motion to approve it.
President,
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Cynthia.
I had one more. On the third whereas, it says due to the public health emergency, instead of the nations has, could we just put the Pawnee Nation has become at risk?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And I'll
So-
second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second with the two revisions there. Any discussion on the motion, folks? Hearing none, call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho?
Yes.
George Garber, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare? Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. And so that brings us then to the next item, which is discussion and action on the Earth Lodge issue.
I'll go ahead and do that, President Adcock.
Thank you, Carol. Floor is yours.
Okay, this ties in with the Choppa Women's Group that we met with and the trauma work that we're doing now as a council. When we had our first meeting, it started out as a meeting over some concerns about how to use our current Earth Lodge, which is built. And this was a very powerful group that met with us. There were over 60 women, and they stayed in this meeting for over 8 hours. They shared deep, deep concerns and their wishes, and we listened intently to what each and every one of them had to say. And there were many families who said that they were very privileged, they felt, to be able to participate in our culture by helping to build the current Earth Lodge that we have. And it just gave them a sense of pride. They were happy about it. And in the same meeting, there was a majority of women who spoke very strongly that they did not or felt they could not use the current Earth Lodge at all. And all of them expressed our culture and how important our culture is as Pawnee people and our traditions. And they especially have high regard and respect for our traditional Chiefs Council and their role that they play in our culture. We have just a wonderful, unique culture. And this, you could tell this in the meeting because it was very strongly voiced by the women. And for those who wanted to still have this tie to our culture and our beliefs and be a part of it for healing, they requested that they would like to have the experience, the positive experience of building and using an Earth Lodge, and they wanted it tied to our traditional chiefs. And so we listened to them, and we felt like we had to address both sides' concerns and leave the one that's there because it's very important to our people. But then we have to address those traumatized who requested one very uniquely Earth Lodge be built specifically by the Pawnee Chiefs, the Nasharo Council, that they be totally and completely in charge of it. And so what we discussed with the Pawnee Business Council women discussed was that we would go to the chiefs and ask them if they would like to do this, and they said yes, they would. Well, we fully supported it, and we are asking the council, the rest of the council and the men to support us in this, but we want to, and we worked on it in the budget today too, because we're doing the new budget. We want to place $20,000 in the Nasharo Council's budget and allocate a little piece of land over there where the museum is to have the Nasharo Council build another earth lodge that is specifically Pawnee, totally designed, constructed, supervised, and building by the Nasharo chiefs, so that we can provide this very important piece of culture to heal trauma. That's what our women told us they wanted. So that is what we are recommending. And they want to use this earth lodge for healing, and they want the chiefs to be with them in the future. So that's what this is right here, and it's to approve the additional funding for placing in the budget, which we do have the funding, and we can put it in their supplies. Okay.
Thank you, Carol, for that presentation. Council, questions?
Make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion on the motion?
So what's being asked is the 20,000 to be placed in the Charlotte Council's budget, and then also the land as well. So are we allocating a piece of land, or are we using the piece of land that's been allocated by the museum?
Right. That I'll ask the rest of the ladies that have been here before. I understood that there was a large piece of land. That's what we, oh, she has a map on it, yes.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Oh, there's the map up there. Jeez. Right.
And part of that allocation, when they brought it to the council, was to build 4 earth lodges. So it'll just be in conjunction of what they've already set in place, and I think that that's a great idea. You know, I think that it's a good move to do that, and I fully support it.
Yes, I think that the if you look up there on that map, that's the IHS clinic, and then across the road is that brown area, 25 acres, and that was previously set aside. I think it was during the White Shirt administration for the new museum site, and I think that the original concept was that we would, and there's a pond on it and a nice area there, that we would not only put the new museum there, but also, conceivably 4 earth lodges, one for each band, and it would put some gardens over there, and it would be adjacent to possibly a buffalo pasture, kind of like Pawnee Bill's, that you could drive through conceivably, and maybe even room for a restaurant or a hotel. Who knows, and so in this instance, if we put that earth lodge there, it just, to me, it just raises sort of a logistical issue that I think would have to be worked out as to the location where this women's earth lodge would be. And in other words, if the nation is going to put 20 grand into it, and I hope that's enough, we want to be sure, look on that map there, that's kind of the original drawings for the original building up there. And I'm not sure, I can't see too good, my eyes are failing me at this, but I think I don't know, are those the earth lodge locations right up there, kind of north of the facility? Yeah, right there where that dot is. Yeah. Is there four slots? So I guess if it were up in that area, conceivably they could use one, and or whatever, you know. I was just worried that logistically, we want to be sure it's sited in a place up there that wouldn't get in the way of the parking lot or the building up there on the wall there. So that's just a logistical. Yeah, I mean, the cattle will be moved out eventually. They're just using it as a temporary, kind of like a burial ground, cattle burial ground. But I think Jennifer addressed that.
And then just to clarify, whenever the PBC women brought this to the chiefs chose this place. They would like it to be there.
Yeah. So, but, you know, so that'll have to just be worked out. It would be where it specifically would be located, but that could be worked out with property, and hopefully the museum committee would be consulted as well. And so I don't know, to get back to your question, so we would just slide it in under this existing permission that set aside under the white shirt administration without having to, and say one of those earth slots would be for that.
Do we want to put that in a resolution, or how are we going to do that to ensure it?
I would just add some language that to be placed in a suitable area that would not run afoul of this.
Okay.
I don't know, a design plan or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question. I thought it was, we were asking for allocation, so I'm glad that was clarified. And then that was going to be my other question, is if the museum board was, if anybody reached out to them to coordinate on that as well, making sure that it does fit with their plan. I don't want us to put the Earth Lodge right in the smack middle of where the museum's supposed to go and that kind of thing.
Yes, Nashara Reed is one of the chiefs. He's also the chair of the museum board, so he was good with that.
Okay.
Was the chair.
He was the chair.
Okay, good. The only thing I'd say is when they start digging, leading fox, when you start digging, watch out for those cow skeletons out there.
Right?
No, I'm just teasing.
Well, big cutties.
I know, right? You're seeing that going into his home, that big old
Notify
bullhead.
the TIPO office.
No, I think it's great. I think this will be good. So I support this as well. So
Thank you.
that was all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any other questions, folks?
I just had the same concern that Jordan did, and that the museum committee be included in the planning of it.
Thank you for that, Donna. Any other comments or questions, folks? Refresh me. We do got a motion and a second. Any other comments? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canugo,
Yes.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Harris,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Council. Appreciate that. Motion carries. Can't have too many earth lodges.
That's right, and thank you. We would, as women, would like to thank you, and we speak on behalf of our women. We're going to get to tell them in their meeting next week that the two councils have given them full support, all of them, whichever way they want to go. So I really appreciate it. I think it's going to be a really good thing for the healing of our traumatized people.
Yes, and I would just want to just also please let them know that we're in full support of the women and restoring their role and place in our culture, you know, and I think that this is a great step, and it's my sense that you all have the complete support of this body here. So. Okay, does that bring us to executive session? Call key.
Your committee appointment.
Oh, yes, I did. I'm losing track here. Starting to hit the wall here. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion then, folks, to appoint Mr. Charles Gover to the Education Committee. This is a recommendation by the President. As you may recall, it's the job of the President to appoint these committees and to members to these committees and the council to approve them, to ratify them. And so in the case of Charles, he's, as I mentioned earlier, he did write a letter in. He is an educator. He will bring an asset to the committee. Carol, consulted with Carol, and she is totally on board with that. And so I'd like to just, get a motion in effect. I don't think
I'll go
we
ahead
need
and make a motion. He's a good pick. Excellent.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Thank you for that motion, Carol, and second, Donna, to appoint Charles Gover, President's recommendation to appoint him to the committee. And any discussion on it, please? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gard, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Council. Motion carries. And Jamie, if you could get a letter drafted up to Charlie and for my signature, and I'll carry it down the hallway to him next week. Hand deliver it. I'll slide it under his door with my mask on. I think this brings us then to the executive session. Is that correct, folks?
President, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
I'll second.
We have a motion to go into executive session with a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote, please, sir.
Jordan Canuho,
Yes.
George Gard, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Thank you, council. Motion carries. I see Auntie is saddling up her pony there, getting her buckboard, getting the horses all hitched up to the buckboard.
Yeah, I mean, James can stay on, yeah.
What about Attorney General?
Yes, yeah, Attorney General as well.
Okay, we'd like the Attorney General as well as James, if they could stay.
And then also Lyle as well, obviously, yeah.
And Lyle as well. Okay. Oh, is Lyle up on the screen? But where did the screen go? The bitter end. The good part. Have a great weekend, Ann. Appreciate you.
Hey, Jennifer, I'm gonna log off. Unless you.
You're asking me if you can't hear me? Okay.
Oh. Can you hear me, Lyle?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm muting.
I guess it just goes to sleep after they change the settings to just not go to sleep on the computer. Yeah. We're trying to get you set up there, Lyle. Actually, what I could do.
This is Chad. If I understand correctly, you're in executive.
Oh, we're having a hard time hearing you, Chad.
This session is being transcribed and recorded.
Oh. We're trying to hear it over the intercom, the speaker over here. Also, too, Attorney General did mention we're still recording as well. We shouldn't be recording.
Chad had mentioned that it was still being recorded, looked like and transcribed. Do you guys usually do that during an executive session? Okay. Well,
I know it. What was that? James, are you guys still on?
You want us to drop off this and then you just send us a new invite for a new team session?
No, we we just now heard. We can hear you now.
that's a good idea.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? No, no, no. I'm asking that. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you, Vice President.
James, can you hear us? I think they locked off.
Is it thing, can it do anything with this? Oh, Anthony, he gets haircuts. We could take him over there. Sure enough, huh? You know what? Thanks for letting me know. We'll bring Anthony. Tell him we'll bring Anthony. We should put an ad in our Facebook. Be nervy, you know.
Okay, I just got him on my phone. Okay, we're back.
Okay, let's try to get back on track with this. So option A through D, we went ahead and, I went ahead and gave just kind of a brief overview, Lyle. I just wanted to see if you had anything to add to what was shared.
Well, the only thing that I was going to add, because I think you covered really most of it, Jordan. Getting a lot of echo, so was it really there are differences between option A, B, and C, and obviously in this case we're looking at to what extent or how easy do we go through a negotiations phase with IEC, and there's a lot of things that would be discussed. I mean, I know Attorney General Smith was talking about how we could structure ownership, that it may be more than just assets, but also intellectual. Obviously, this is just a quick kind of break overview of it. And so the option A, which is the easiest, that would be the easiest negotiations that we could have with IEC, because it really plays into their ballpark. Option B gives Pawnee Nation more control, but may create more discussions with IEC as a result of it. And I think that option, somewhere between option A and B, is probably where you look to end up.
relationship, with the Tributant organization, and I want to thank you, Lyle and Alex, for bringing us this far, and as well as the Attorney General. I know that in my years of doing what I've done, every once in a great while you see a team, a line, and they seem to be touched by gold, and we see such a team in the form of our Vice President and Lyle and Alex, and it's very nice to see that kind of a teamwork and bringing in a lot of opportunity to the nation. It's very rare to see a combo like that be deployed, and I'm glad it's on behalf of our Pawnee nation. So, with that, what did we leave out, Vice President? Were we good?
I believe that takes care of executive session, yes.
Okay, Council. By golly, it's almost, the sun is starting to set out there. I think it's on my long-winded report.
I know it.
So maybe something's going to have to change here. We can't go on. We
Taking it
can't
off
go
the next
on like
agenda.
this. But that brings us to setting our next meeting date. And so, Council, what is your pleasure?
February
It'll be
4th.
next Saturday.
Quarterly
Already
meeting,
set.
the
Oh,
4th.
the 4th.
Oh, it's already.
We're good.
Okay.
We're
God
good.
dang, that's
We
a
just
quick one.
we'll just play that recording of today.
That's
Okay.
right. Okay. We'll rerun this meeting and set it out. Okay.
What
Well,
time is the meeting?
Okay. Yeah, it's already set, so I think
Pretty sure
with that in
9
mind,
a.m.
we've got this covered.
9.
And
I think it's 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Okay, and where is it going to be? Here, I guess.
Right here.
Okay. Yeah, at Rome Chief. And I think with that, on the MOU for the Pawnee Evening Star Fund, I don't want to put it on the quarterly meeting.
Right.
And so we'll schedule that for the next meeting after that. It
Okay.
can take place in February. Dang, well, that's a fast one. All right. Okay, that's gold. Sammy, you're part of that golden team now. For
I
that.
know. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, we do have a motion to adjourn now with a second. And I just want to say, Council, that, man, this has been a very meaty agenda today. And
I know.
we covered a lot of big issues. And it was a I thought it was a very interesting day. And we've got a lot of real good business for the nation done, And open forum was good as well. And everything. We covered a lot of ground today, and I'm very pleased with our meeting today. And the food was great. Sky, you're the best. You are top. Really to cover a lot of ground today, so I think it was a good day's work, so. And that brings us to motion to adjourn. We have a second, and a motion and a second. So if you would, sir, call for the vote.
Jordan Cornejo.
Yes.
George Carter, P.S. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cindy Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Uh-huh.
Dean Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball. What time is it?
Thank you, council.
Right, thank you.
5:52.